Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Old Game Saturday. I'm Kevin D-Trag.
And this is Nocturne Flem.
So good to have you again, Nocturne. Welcome back. And welcome back to Croc, Bunch of the Gobbos, for part 4. I actually forgot if it was part 4 or not, but it is that one. Fitting, because last time we got to World 4, the Castle Zone, we're at the Tower of Power. As we showed last time, this place is hell. Nocturne handled it very, very well. She also handled it well off-screen in a thing I think we're going to put into as far as the edit.
Yeah, maybe edit here?
It is part 4 we're doing, right?
Yep. Or is it part 4?
Oh, we did April. By the way, hi Nocturne. We're doing we did April, May, July, and okay, it's part 4. It's one of those things I'm trying to remember how many parts we up to. So fine, we're at the Tower of Power, fitting for, I guess, feasibly one world part, sort of, kind of, as far as how it's been. Well, sort of. But that being said, we're at the Tower of Power for Castle Zone again. You're on return 55 lives.
Yep.
So that's going to be that. I have the audio at negative 17.3.
Yeah. However, 254.
Right. We're going to go into that, or if you want to get into that now, and obviously anything here can be editing fodder for that if you want to, but we can go.
I'll get more into it during stream.
Yeah, because it's also one of those things that, hey, because we've been at this a couple months, we talked about the history of this game, we talked about stuff going on, I guess, as far as out and within gaming, with, like, announcements of things that have happened. I mean, there's Gamescom that was this week. There was some things that came out of that, not a whole lot, but a couple big things. I'm excited about Indiana Jones and the Great Circle that got announced for its date finally. And also the fact that, because Microsoft doesn't want first party, or doesn't want exclusives on their console anymore, it is coming to PlayStation 5 next year. So yeah, if you want to play Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, it's out in the spring for PlayStation 5. In my case, it's out December 9th. And I cannot wait for that.
My jump. I missed my jump.
Well, fine. You should have seen me on the practice when I was trying to figure out the hissing thing with the other thing. Fine. As I said, to the point where I told you off screen, I said I practiced Christmas nights on the back of that, and I was like, I kind of got to 20 minutes. Like, fine, I can't completely just keep playing this game, but it's also something. I was like, okay, fine, I gotta check this. And even the case, you're probably looking at your memory card, saying, where did these 55 blocks for Christmas lights come from? That's where they came from. And even though it's not Christmas, I'm able to, well, fine, you can switch it to Christmas at any time, but I kept it on, what was it? I kept it just to the normal date. Actually, it asked me for the normal date when I booted the game up in a way it didn't when we played the Japanese version for the show a couple years ago. But I also got free presents, which included the karaoke mode and some other stuff as well. Because, yeah, you unlock those as you go along. But yeah, okay, so yeah, my point is, like, we don't have a whole lot different to talk about now as far as, fine, we went through all the stories of the game. There's lives. I don't know, probably, do we want them now that we're in, fine, now?
Well, I mean, we're not gonna save any of this. So.
Sure.
It doesn't really matter.
Well, there's one of the gems at least. So, here's the other thing. Don't think that if you get these things, you get to that point saying, hey, I got the items. Don't think you have to restart the level. Unless you're gonna restart it now.
I'm gonna restart now. Just
to make sure.
I mean, I'm gonna need to climb up again anyway. So.
Okay. But yeah, point is that if you do get stuff off screen, that's fine, and we have it on audio recording. I'll stitch it in.
Yeah. Although I'm not gonna be saving this.
No, but point is that by the time we start the show in about 57 minutes, you might be at that point already. We'll keep it on, and you'll have that saved. And people saying, where were those? We'll have the answer of where they came from. That's the magic of editing. Oh, actually, I don't know if... Did we see the platform ever collapsing like that? Actually, from the viewpoint down, where it's kind of going down in pieces. I like that look. Yeah, so point is, like, yeah, what are we going to talk about on this part? Fine. Where we're going on the rest of the game, we run into... feasibly, the Gamescom stuff that kind of was mentioned, but most of it was stuff we either knew or just giving dates on stuff. But a couple things. I didn't take down notes on that this time. I was actually kind of wondering if we're going to have something on Pokemon Legends Z-A, because I think Pokemon Company said they were going to be at Gamescom, but they didn't mention anything. Yeah, and then the only other thing I'm going to have to mention this because I didn't mention this last week. I meant to. The passing of Rachel Ellis, the voice actress who was Misty and Jessie on Pokemon, as well as other cases, and also Atsuko Tanaka, she passed away as well, who did the voice of Bayonetta for the Japanese editions. and also in your case was Kane and your replicant. So, and also, oh right, I forgot the biggest role. Fine, two of the biggest roles. She was the voice of Chun-Li in the Street Fighter games, and also was Major Motoko Kusanagi in Ghost in the Shell. Everything for Ghost in the Shell. So in that case, yeah, I was gonna bring mention to Rachel Ellis last week, and then I found out as far as Atsuko Tanaka as far as this week. So I said, okay, fine, I'll bring that. But outside of that, yeah, it's pretty much, open mic night now for what it is. Which I guess can be interesting, I guess, when you get to a case of, a game like this you're playing so long. We don't really have to explain how the game works that much anymore unless new people come by and it's like, hey, what's this going on? By the question, like, yeah, sure, fair. So, yeah, I guess in that case, it's pretty much going to be just sit back, kick back, and relax. I guess, see... Yeah, also, yeah...
Okay, whoops. I pushed it a little too far.
I did this as far as my audio test earlier, saying, like, wait, how'd she do this? And I was like, yeah, she has the skill. I think I even said, quote, it's Gemini96, who have the experience with this game and the knowledge of how this game operates. I'm looking at this saying, like, how am I doing this? Even though I was with you last time and I saw how you did it. It's like, okay, I know what she's doing, but then how do I get that set?
Okay. Don't bump the block, because then I'll need to adjust it again.
I don't think it crushes you, does it?
I don't remember.
I don't think we saw it crushing you last time. I don't think it does. I think Croc survives.
But I would, but it's more I have it lined up in a certain way.
Yeah.
So I don't want to, knock it out of that alignment if I don't need to.
Yeah.
Because it's a pain like that.
No, I get that. Although, see, it's funny, just even the test I was doing for the audio earlier, it was one of those things that now I was realizing I had respect as far as the idea of people who can play this game well before, just in general. But especially after getting this part and saying, like, not that this is a case where I think this is a bad game, far from it, but also a case that, yeah, at this point, I wish I'd feasibly played the rest of the game or had a copy of working myself to kind of just get that sense of saying, like, okay, do this. But then again, I think your chronicle with this game, honestly, your, is that the right way to put it, you think? Your experience with this, your saga with this, whatever, how you want to put it.
Well, Xenoblade references, Chronicles,
Saga. Right. I just forgot gears. It's like, fine, it gets the gears in your mind rotating because you have to think about what are you doing here. Okay, so there, we got it all set, finally. Thank you for great catch. And, oh, fine, great job getting there that way.
I mean, I had to make that comment.
Thank you. I was like, hey, you would because you have that knowledge and that, and fine, you realized that when I didn't, and what do I always say? And I need to have a compilation of every time this comes up. We plan this show, I swear to God. I'll have to go back. I don't even remember the first time I said that, but either case, I got a lot of, however it is.
Right, okay, that's right. That resets the stack.
Right.
And then...
Yeah, jumping up for the green gem. Yeah, I can feel the slowdown, especially when I was doing the... Fine, not even this part. Oh, he shoots you? But I don't think we saw that one. Oh, wait. They shoot you other places, but...
Yeah, it shot at me.
You caught a gem, though, like in your teeth or something, as it jumped back. So, like, you did have one hit, specifically. Well, what happened? Oh, right, you fall. I keep forgetting that.
Okay.
It's like we did this game a month ago.
Okay.
Because if easily put the dynamics of the music to discussion too, given what we were doing for like 3 hours earlier today. Having a great time doing.
Yeah. That was fun.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, because also, and it's fitting, I guess, with this game, because it's fine. When we talked earlier, we were talking about the fact that they said, hey, they're using unique instruments for this, which even I didn't know when I was looking into it.
Okay, I screwed that jump.
Yeah, and here comes the part that, yeah, clearly, I think it runs better on the PlayStation, I think, but...
I bonked.
Oh.
I bonked.
Oh, I was like, wait a second, there's this Made in the USA sticker from Mine Street Sportswear out of Missouri. I don't know where I got this. Fine, maybe it was in my bag, maybe when I went to one of my cousin's weddings, what was it? 7 years ago? Jesus. Yeah, it was 7 years ago. Yeah, this part, this bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it runs better on PlayStation, but it's also the case you said, I think you said it best and fine, even when I was doing my stuff earlier with this, the idea that the feel, it's one thing to have the game slowing down, but when you feel the fact that he's moving slower for it, and the enemy flying there is not moving slower for some reason, I don't know why that is, as far as how it works, that can be a frustration, no question.
Okay. Well, let's see if I can get a bit of practice on this section.
Okay.
Okay, that I moved a little too soon.
But you have to move, like, almost right. It seems like when you did it last time, it's something you have to move, like, right away. You're not getting a game over, don't worry.
No, of course.
Yeah, you can't, yeah. Yeah, okay, I shouldn't say this because then I don't know if you'll take this as a challenge saying you can't lose 252 lives in 50 minutes. Well, fine. If you keep walking off the side, you can, but, like, no, I don't know, you don't want to do that. But this is so do or die as far as, like, when you have to start moving.
Yeah. It really is.
It's also one of those things I hope Gemini 96 stops by tonight, because I'm going to ask him point blank. I'll say, do you remember this being a pain in the ass when you played this on the PlayStation? Because that was so close.
Oh, that was really close.
I know.
Okay.
Fine. If he doesn't, I'll ask him specifically next week, saying, "Hey, do you remember Tower of Power and having to climb that?" Because he played it on the PlayStation, so he'll know. Actually, that's good.
Not the same cry, but.
No, there you go. I said this about the Crochet Nerd 64. We did some stuff saying, you know, hire him as voice performer if they're gonna remake Majora's Mask or something like that. So in that case, yeah, that idea too. Or fine, you get into that rhythm of a game, you're so into it, you kind of then become the character.
Whoops, I derped. That drop was entirely my fault. I buttoned when I shouldn't have. I think I'm good, but I'm not certain. Oh, shit.
Oh, there you go. Good job. And we have that on tape, thankfully, so that's good.
Okay. Let's figure out where I am.
Yeah, so yeah, just stop and take a break.
Yeah.
Fine, I was, even as far as what I was doing, fine, that was when I found the thing about that one file, like, oh, now it only has one life on it, and saying, oh, Jesus, yeah, doing this on one life.
Okay. I bet one of the colored gems is in that box, and I don't feel like getting it.
I mean,
not right this moment.
If you do want to get it, I'll say, hey, you know, I'll add it in, she got it here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still going to need to get them all eventually again.
Right, although, fine, I'll when you get to the next room, I'll pose this question, which is, yeah, it is a case of doing this on screen, but fine, for some of this stuff, since we have footage feasible of you doing it anyway, would you be in a case of saying, fine, I'll do it off-screen, or have the off-screen thing? I did that ultimately with Star Fox, because I couldn't actually get through one part, and I actually skipped it. I felt horrible, but I said, fine. I had footage of myself doing it, or I was able to do it later, so I said I stitched it in.
So my thought is, after beating the game,
yeah,
anytime I practice, I record it.
Okay.
Well, anytime I play the game, I record it. But,
all right.
So on my equipment.
Gotcha.
And then I give you the raw files. For I mean, I won't have my narration or anything.
That's fine.
But it'll just be the raw footage.
Also, if there's anything in that raw footage you want me to put in as far as, like, comments of things, as far as, like, a thing below, and you know how the edits work for when I put in words and things. Yeah, feel free to tell me as far as that, and I'll do that.
But yeah, I think it'll make the most sense for some of that if I just record any gameplay that I do on my own.
Okay. And then we'll indicate it when we get to the show. Gotcha. No problem. Yeah, because I'll also ask that as we go. But
It's just the graphics are just being a little glitchy. I'm just finding my bearings, basically.
Okay. Yeah, because I don't think we saw that last month as far as them flickering like that. Yeah, because basically I'll ask about full-time lessons eventually, the idea of when for next part, and feasibly next part I guess could be the finale or could not be. It's either way.
Yeah. Depending on how much I'm able to do off-screen next time could be the finale.
Okay.
As far as the actual final part of the game, rather than just finishing the game.
Right.
I want to guess that there's going to be either 1 or 2 more parts.
That's what I'm thinking too. Because usually you'll have your choice as far as September, except the second week. The last 2 are your choice. November, I would need the second if it would have to be any of them. But that being said, I think, especially because you have the knowledge on this, you know what you're doing clearly on this. Yeah. Especially compared to me. Who knows? It might be next time that way. At that point, then I'll. If I have to fill a hole in schedule, I can fill a hole in schedule. No problem.
I mean, it's certainly not an easy game.
Yeah, but you're also fine. This goes to what you said about this game, and you're saying in general this way. The idea that an intuitive understanding after running specifically, understanding, I guess, what you have to do, has kind of gotten you to this point.
Yeah, I remember it took forever for me to figure out that we needed to break those boxes.
I think we were nervous to break them because we ran into so many cases with the game where they said, no, don't break these. Or, fine, we found out, if you break these...
You're screwed.
You're screwed, exactly. So, at that point, fine.
Yeah, whoops.
Yeah, Baron Dante's not screwing around anymore. Fine, he knows that this is the stuff you went through, and fine, this is his fortress. We're going to see him. Fine, there he feasibly is over there in the stained glass window. See, I remember where they are now, unlike last time. But, yeah, so at that point, it's like, fine, I think I might have been the one saying, like, I don't know if we need to hit those things, but then, then we realized, wait, okay, later we do have to hit them.
Yeah, after so many times in the game where boxes over a void or something that could be interpreted as a void really shouldn't be broken, suddenly we need to break them.
Yeah, we've had other cases where we sort of had to break them, but fine. I don't know, do you think that feasibly that's not a good game design thing as far as this?
No, I think it's fantastic. I mean, this is the final area. This is the final area.
Okay.
By this point, they're expecting you to be able to read the layout.
Okay. Because I was going to say, depending on what it might be, you might think, well, wait a sec. After all this time, I mean, when do you feel that's fair or not fair that they throw you a curveball?
I mean, for a game of its time, I would say that's a perfectly fair curveball.
Okay. Yeah.
In a modern game, there would likely be more tells on which ones should be destroyed versus which ones left intact, or easier ways to backtrack and reset, or things like that.
Right, I guess that's going to be the question when the HD... Fine, because they announced it last year, we don't know anything about it, they didn't announce anything more. I mean, Jay Sand said it is coming, so I guess we'll see what comes of that. Although, fine, this show has been in existence almost the entire time we're waiting for the remake of Panzer Dragoon 2's Vi, which, fine, it's not like Forever Entertainment's, sitting back and playing World of Warcraft the way that the people made Duke Nukem Forever did, but they have other remakes they're doing. I think they got Front Mission 3 is next on their docket, because they did the first 2. I think they're doing 3 next. They didn't say no, they're not doing it. Oh, they got the remake of the House of the Dead 2 they're doing as well, so it's not that they didn't, but fine. Point is that new version of this. I would assume maybe when they do the next version of this, of Croc HD, as I guess it's going to be, you're right, they probably will have more of an indication for something like that.
Alright, I'm just gonna jump.
Okay.
I figured I would land on that platform, and I did.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this seems like it's pretty safe as far as some of the places you're going to be dropping on.
Yeah. I guess we will need to cover those 2 gems.
What do you mean?
If this is basically my practice getting up to this point instead of doing it a couple of times.
I mean, I guess so. I mean, I think I don't know if you got that one. I could also feasibly look back on the footage before and see, did you get those? Actually, that's been helpful for Game Dev Tycoon. I was listening to it on the way down yesterday because I said, hey, I want to make sure that I'll remember this because I've been practicing a bit as far as it on my breaks and all that, but also saying, am I going to be set for this? But I think the answer is, yeah, I feasibly... Ooh, nice catch!
That was close.
That was a great catch.
That was way too close, but it happened.
Yes, it did, and here it is.
That was way too close.
I also did the audio to 17. I think it should be fine. It's like, fine. If it's not fine, I mean, I think it's like, okay. I don't have a problem. Actually, wait, this is it. This is the end of it, isn't it?
Yep, I think this probably is the room. I think it was the room right after the room with the gears.
Right. So yeah, a little over 20 minutes. Okay, so there you go. Good job.
Yeah, I mean...
We'll see where it is. Like, that is it, right?
Yeah, I'm kind of divided. I would love to run through the stage up to this point again, but there's that one section where you're hanging from that grate and that enemy is flying around.
Yeah, we showed that already, and we did say last time, saying, hey, we were going to feasibly play up to this point and continue right here. So at that point, wanted to sit back, or we should be good, I guess.
Yeah, so I think I'm just going to let it sit here.
Okay, alright, and this could be good for the audio test. It feasibly is something we can put... Fine, we probably should put this in when we edit it because of all the great adventures you had and all of the great things you accomplished.
Yeah, that actually went really smoothly, all things considered.
Yeah, but then again, you've also been putting a lot of time into this. I appreciate that for sure, because, like, hey, I know this is a commitment that way, but also that being the idea. It's like, I understand that on this game especially.
Yeah. I mean, I love the challenge that the game presents.
Right. Yeah, I'm getting.
It's really fucking hard.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it completely, and I think that's been something that I think people have kind of understood that, but I guess maybe in some ways they might have liked that, And,
I mean, I want to say about... okay, at this point in the game, I want to say about a third of the difficulty, which is down from earlier in the game, is from the gameplay style itself. With the tank controls and everything.
And also slow down here, at least.
Yeah. But most of the difficulty at this point, I would definitely say, is from the level itself.
Yeah.
Rather than the controls just interacting badly with the game.
Okay.
I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, I do too. All right. So I think in that case we can sort of stop for now. You might feasibly be seeing this as far as the edit. We'll see. But
who knows?
No, you know what? Fine. I'm not gonna even say maybe you will. I think you probably should because hey, you caught those grabs on tape. I shouldn't toss those out. There's no reason to toss them out.
Yeah,
I don't think.
It was just a little close call, but
good close calls to have. Actually, that should be another. Fine, because I have like 5 or so ideas for compilation videos. Close calls.
Yeah.
That probably should be one of them. So, all right, okay, there you go.
Video. Well, I guess YouTube video idea.
Yeah, I mean that's well, yeah, because that's what those compilation videos are. The end of the year compilation videos. There's the great feats last year. There's the Deaths of Super Mario Sunshine this year, and then glitches, close calls.
And I would say close calls should go in both directions.
Close calls of just missing it and just getting it.
Yeah, like just missing and just getting. Of course, probably leaning more into the just getting so it doesn't turn into a blooper fest.
Yeah, but see, it's also something that, fine, I said this when we did we had this when I posited this when you did the thing with Mega Man Legends 2 of killing Tronvon in one shot. I said that feasibly could fit in multiple things. I put in the feat case because it was a feat in the sense of how you built it and basically did the shot right there and like boom, there you go.
Yeah.
But there was also something that was hilarious, and you were laughing like crazy. So in that case, it's gonna go in the laughs compilation. It's up there with what Ed Weck did with me when we did Pajama Sam. No need to hide when it's dark outside. He said the next game's gonna be Pajama Sam. The police found a knife, and I got 20 to life. I was howling so hard on that. I was like, that's gonna be the first one when I do that, because it has to be, and then yours is gonna be the second.
Yeah.
I'll flip a coin and say like, hey, which one is it? It's gonna be one of those. And then I guess the third one, feasibly, when I showed, finally we did our on camera with the Crochet Nerd 64, said, here's Babysitting Mama I have on Wii. You and I had a time playing that game. As far as it off screen, I said, he'll be safe. Is like, the baby's safe. He's like, let me just throw it off. and he just started out. He's like,
Eat the baby.
No, they said specifically, the game says, as we saw, it's like, no, don't shake the baby. He's like, yeah, it's like, that's what it says. Like, but if he did something more dangerous, it was like, no, he's fine. The baby's his crib and living. Although, fine, in that game, as we saw, the older child's causing more trouble than the baby is. So it's like, I don't know. The older child's like, yeah, we're taking care of cradling the baby. And it's like, oh yeah, they set the oven on fire or something. You have to go put the oven fire out. Or
So, don't shake the baby. Yeet!
Yes. Fine, it was the case that, yeah, I know. That feasibly could be part of that. And fine, I have to be on camera when I do Babysitting Mama, and I guess I gotta talk as far as Nikki when it comes to something with that, because she loves Cooking Mama, and the people also who did music for something with Outrun last week did Cooking Mama's music. But anyway.
But still, though, that's where my mind goes with the mood of that setting.
Honestly, I'll tell you this also, is like, it's one of those cases I didn't have the, actually wait, no, I did have the tech equipment to do this. I wish there was recording back then, just to get a sense of saying, hey, when we had our first time running with Babysitting Mama, it's just like, yeah, that experience. I don't know if you were not having it, but it was also fine. I don't know if anybody would be having that. I only got it for the novelty, but that being said, it was hilarious. So,
and you do like doing weird games sometimes, every so often. Like, I mean, just neutrally weird games.
I mean, my April Fool's Day show next year is Plumbers Don't Wear Ties. I was at a party specifically. I was feasibly saying, like, I can actually show you this game as opposed to being in... I can't show that game at work, no question. But it was also the case that I was showing them. Their jaw was on the floor with what they were seeing with this game. And I said, I'm playing this game specifically. I think Gemini 96 said specifically, like, I'm gonna change managers in that. It's like, yeah, he's not wrong. That game is a trip, and fine, they re-released that, so I said fine, and we can show that as it is. So that is definitely going to be one of those things that please bring your alcohol or however it is, your peanut gallery commentary when we get to that, because you're like, this is not real. Yes, it is. It is absolutely real, and they re-released it. Okay, so
shot glass, bottle of rum.
I'm gonna probably. I should be on camera. I'll tell you what I should do. I should be on camera for that. Good idea. I should be on camera for that. Just like have alcohol there, saying just like this is what's going on. Because sometimes I'll celebrate that way. It's like fine, I'll have that. I'll have my shot glasses. The two you gave me, the one for Spirited Away and Kiki's Delivery Service, and the one I have for Sonic the Hedgehog. It's like fine, take a shot every time. Actually, I'm trying to think what would be the drinking game on Plumbers Don't Wear Ties. Weird Filter. I'd be dead if I did that. As far as it, because it's a game you'll see that game before we do that show. I guarantee that. But anyway. Yeah, I think we're good as far as the audio test. This should be fine. We'll take a stop, listen to it, and
sure.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Yeah. Yeet!
I can't hit the mic as far as that. Like, yeah, you're doing it. Fair enough. Okay, we'll be back, ladies and gentlemen. Yeet.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Eat the baby!
Wait, what does that mean again?
No, I'm talking about literally yeeting the baby.
What is yeeting again?
Just kind of chuck.
Oh, that's what it stands for? It actually means that. Okay, I didn't know.
I mean, at least that's what I've seen. I've seen yeet used in two contexts.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, fine. What was the other context?
Just an exclamation of joy or about something, just something going well for basically going yeet.
Okay.
Basically just it's kind of like yay.
Okay.
In that sense.
And you are right as far as the Cambridge Dictionary is saying to throw something with a lot of force. Okay, so fine, I'll tell you what this is. This is when the Crochet Nerd 64 said to me specifically saying about the artist formerly known as Sarandri Antonio, Tony Shimerda, saying he was saying we went out specifically to the Ariana Grande concert, and he was getting ratchet. And I was like, ratchet? What's that? I was like, he had to explain specifically what this term was. Do you know what this term is?
No. No.
Okay, good. I'm not the only one. So I was like, he explained like it's when you're getting. What? Okay, ratchet. Oh no, it's like it's fine. It's a slang. It's saying that kind of going crazy and like he thought for some reason I guess he thought I heard that, but I always joke saying I don't know what the cool kids are saying. Okay, fine. It's a slang term. Ratchet means a slang term meaning. Well, apparently originally a dialect from Louisiana, takeoff and wretched as far as a woman who's uncouth, overdramatic, and or promiscuous, but apparently... Well, that is it. Wait, no, that's not it. It's getting ratchet. That's not it. Fine, I guess we're saying Nurse Ratched from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, one of the best American movies ever made. Fine, getting excited, or kind of like feasibly going crazy, or to quote Dante from Devil May Cry 3, this party's getting crazy. I guess something like that. But then he's like, it kind of became a bit of a personal joke. It's like, okay, that was something. Fine, Yeet is another one. So fine, my cool kids vocabulary is getting increased every day. Nocturne helped as far as this one. Thank you.
But yeah.
I didn't know it actually had a meaning. At first I thought it was like, okay, could feasibly be... an exclamation with like, there you go, come up with that knowledge, there you go. Appreciate it. Okay, perfect. Alright, there you go. In fact, I will have that, actually, after I say perfect, that will be where it goes. But anyway, this level's hard. So she said, hey, we're gonna go through this. She did prep for the purpose. It is still a blind run. She hasn't seen past this screen because last time we were here, we saw a big spiked ball that's up there on that nice regal platform. But now she's going to go back to it, but there is something a little different. I don't know when you want to go into this. It's your choice as to when, because we're not... Come on, she got here last time and got a game over. That's not happening this time, though. What's up?
This isn't the same room.
Oh, it's not? Okay, fine.
We are not quite as far as we were.
Okay, fair enough. Then, fine. You'll see, it's like, how do we get here from before? But fine, all right. Point is, we're not going to have trouble with that room with the spiked ball. Good catch on that. Do you want to explain now or later as to why we're not going to have trouble with that spiked ball when we get there?
Wait, spiked ball.
When we get to that room, because remember we got a game over last time. The lives.
Oh, yeah. We currently have 247 extra lives. So, the lives count on the pause screen is a little bit different from the lives count on the save file. As I found out that's actually kind of significant.
Yeah, to the point where we might potentially be the only source on the internet who has information about this, and it is because of Nocturne here that we have that. And thank you very much for that.
So, okay, for crash course, a byte, one byte stores 256 bits of data. No, not 256. It stores 8 bits of data, which can make any number from 0 to 255. So, I thought that 255 on the pause screen was 255 as the bits are stored. That's not the case. The number displayed on the save file is actually the correct number, which is actually the number that's displayed on the pause screen that we're seeing here, plus 1.
Yeah, we're going to go into that because she showed me yesterday as far as this, that it's also a case that sometimes we question this, the idea of limitation of game in terms of numbers when it comes to lives and things like that, or money. This game, it does something very unique with it. I don't think I've seen any other game do. Because I thought, hey, it would be at 99. It's not at 99. It's past that because she gave you the crash course on how bits and bytes work as far as your computer tech. But we'll see later. When she saves as far as what it is, we'll go into that. But that being said, you want to get going on what we have specifically.
And actually, when I do my next save, I'm going to save in the empty save slot 1. So we can load the save that we loaded this from.
Yep.
And show show that it actually is 254 on the save screen, but in the code, it's actually at 255.
Yeah. Thank you so much again for finding that. We're going to be going that way as far as other stuff, because we haven't been playing this game for a bit of time. All the parts are linked below, and we edit this in a couple of days. Of course, this is always the case with long form. But Nocturne, take it away.
Yep. So, as I just noticed, we are not yet at the point where we left off. but I also didn't want to go too far past the last room that I was in because I didn't remember going much past there.
Right. Actually, well, fine. We'll find out when we get up there. There was one of those. Well, we'll see. As far as the not Jello up there, let's see.
Yeah. So.
Okay, never mind. It is this. This
Yeah.
is where we. Okay, this is the place. So we are in the
Yeah.
right place.
Okay. I'm just trying to time this. I
Yep.
seem to remember being able to stand on the very end of the thing, but I
think
don't
so.
remember that. I'm not confident about that.
Yeah, fair enough. She does have tons of lives, though. So yeah.
Okay, no, that that is not how it works, apparently.
But yeah, this is where the game is getting hard. Baron Dante and the Dantinis, they're clearly letting it all hang out in their headquarters here. But Croc has come far, Nocturne's come far with what has been a blind play of this game, and there you go, right there, second try, getting through that very nicely.
Alright. I'm just getting a better angle here.
You do have to do that with Croc. She, above anybody else, understands that. I think we did tests last time that I think even with gems that kills you. Is that right?
That sounds right.
Okay.
I'm
last
not-
part.
I don't feel like testing it.
Yeah, I'll feasibly edit it. Fine, there's a Gobbos right there, so we saved him. I feasibly also could put in the footage about here of last time if it is applicable to showing that. But that being said, alright, keep going. Alright, so yeah, we're having a good case of this, and yeah, doing very well. Nocturne's doing well.
Alright,
Let's get the
there's another colored gem.
colored
We
gem.
are not getting all 5 on this run of the stage because I believe it was the red gem that's at the very start.
Yeah, that she'll have shown in the extra footage that you'll have watched here, actually, which was about 20 minutes before. Fine, 20 minutes worth of stuff before we got to the gameplay, but that's fine, it doesn't matter. Editing fodder is editing fodder, and we feel we have to keep in all of it, we're keeping in all of it.
Alright.
Oh, here we go, we're at the top of the Tower of Power. It seems like the only way to go down is inside after we bust the chests.
Yeah, we are definitely busting these.
Yep.
For another 10 gems.
Yeah.
And down the hole we go. Or
down
stairs?
the stairs. Fine, it's a hole with stairs, so okay, it's like Zelda, so you should insert the and you go down the stairs for Zelda. Alright, so now we're in the okay, what was that?
I do not know.
Potential thumbnail thing. Remember, it's her choice anytime, but alright, he looks like a crazy drummer with those buttons. I think he also did a laugh. Yeah, he does. Yeah, this game feasibly could have fit for our Halloween block for that very reason. But I find it's 2 months early for Halloween, ladies and gentlemen. It's fitting because when we were out earlier today, I saw and Grim Reapers as well. I saw there's a Spirit of Halloween set up as far as the supermarket we're nearby. So I was like, yeah, they're getting ready. It's almost end of August, so actually he's like he's chained there. In that case, you're just hitting him, so I may as well. Here's the question, is he hitting the buttons? It sounded like he might have been. Okay, so you're in the safe zone. You can just make him eat tail to your heart's content.
Okay, I'm not sure what's going on with that. So,
Yeah, watch out for the Grim Reaper.
uh,
Fine, just spinning around. I'm trying to remember, wasn't there a game with a Grim Reaper that does like a spin attack like that? I'm trying to think of, maybe I'm thinking something else. Most of the thing looking at the game design, or the character designs and the stuff is, yeah, nice jump over him. I'm thinking of, I don't even played this, Grabbed by the Ghoulies. It's from Rare, it was on Xbox. It was the first game they made for Microsoft after they were purchased by them. It's interesting. I think it's better in retrospect than I think maybe it was received at the time, because it had a lot of things to live up to. But it's this very, very charming Halloween atmosphere, kind of like Luigi's Mansion, despite the fact that it feasibly started life as a very mature-rated game, and it is a game that feasibly is mature-rated like crazy if you look at all the innuendos that are in it, including the title. But that's feasibly not what it means, but it's like, yeah, fine, you know, one of your characters loves shooting his little water pistol, like, it's E-rated, don't worry. And we're at the end of the Tower of Power, and there's the gem door.
Okay, so, actually, after the point that we got to last time, it actually wasn't so bad.
Alright, there you go, so good job. But of course,
sadly, we do not have all the gems.
We'll be back, though, so either way. Run over, hit the gong, we're all set. Good job.
Now we beat the stage. Yay.
Fantastic. Yeah, the first aspect of Castle Zone, so good job. Alright, and yeah, we're having our celebration of stuff as we're getting our total set up. And we'll go into stuff. Actually, question, before we go into this, do we know if the level complete screen also is the same as far as the way the lives are counted as the save screen, or if it's the same as the in-game count?
Well, we can check that. I have 246 on this screen.
Okay.
If after I save it still says 246, then it's the save file number.
Okay.
If it says 247 when we check the save data, that means this is the pause screen number.
Perfect.
So, now we save.
Indeed. And to celebrate the end of the summer, by the way, we have fruit, and we have other things up here that are nice. As we'll have Hassle in the Castle, we'll do the Hassle in the Castle later.
Alright, save game.
Okay, so where do you say you're going to save this?
Cartridge. We're saving on this slot right here.
Okay.
It's empty.
Yeah, that's what happens when you have Croc with his thing, and you're halfway through as far as 100%, so good job.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, what do you want to show as far as hit that C button to show view?
Okay, it does, the level complete shows the pause screen number.
Wait a second, didn't you save it in the middle one?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, did you? Oh, you're on that. Okay, so never mind.
Yeah. So now we get to show some funny things with the saves.
Take it away, Nocturne.
You were loading the save earlier and noticed a funny thing with save slot 1.
Mm-hmm.
Though I'm going to show that one after I get to this save file.
Go ahead, your game.
So here's the save file where I have 255 lives.
Mm-hmm.
It was a pain in the ass to grind them all up, for reasons that I'll get into detail on in a moment.
Alrighty.
After I lay the groundwork with the other save files.
Okay.
So, we are going to go back out to the title screen.
Okay.
Load game. Cartridge. So, here's the 255 file.
Okay.
We're loading that. I'm just going to duck into a stage to show the pause screen. This is really just to lay things out there for anyone who needs to actually see it.
Sure. And we'll leap of faith, that is where she found last time is the best place to grind lives in the game, because the place to go and get it is at the start of the level.
Now, you saw the 255 on the save file, but it only shows 254 here.
Right.
So, like I said, I thought this was the number that represented what number the byte was at.
Right. And the way the game's lives work is 0 does count as a life, but only counts as a life when you're in a level like this. So she has 255 lives, but here it's only showing 254.
And getting into that, we're gonna load another save file.
Okay.
Quit game.
And I like that you're going into this, because yeah, it is something a little different, and something that I did not know until actually yesterday when you told me, hey, I found this. I was like, did you? She might be showing you something here that I don't know if there's any documented indication of for Croc on any console it's on.
So this, I believe, is the the file as it should. Yes, this is the file as it should be displayed when your pause screen life counter says 0.
Right.
We're not loading this save.
Okay.
Because the most important part of this save is this bit of information right here.
Sure, the 1.
We're gonna load this save.
Okay. And this save has 0 lives.
It
How?
should be impossible for Croc's save file lives remaining to ever be 0.
Based on what you said as far as the bytes, but then again, what's going on?
Yeah. So, what happens here, and I'm going to reload this file here.
Okay.
And get a life, and then save in slot 5, and we'll see what happens.
Oh, you're going to show it that way. Okay.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you.
We are going to see the rollover live on screen.
Mm-hmm. We do need this preparation specifically before we take it to Baron Dante. It's like, yeah, fine. Baron Dante is just expecting, a crocodile with a backpack coming in to make him eat tail. But it's like, yeah, he's getting that, but he's also getting
he's not
Nocturne who has knowledge about the coding of this game on her belt. Or under her belt, specifically.
Alright, let's see if I can get the easy down.
Okay.
Bingo!
Like that. Perfect. Yeah, because you jump on that, you get to a specific area, a special area where here there are 4 lives. We showed this last time.
Yeah.
But
we are going to exit the stage after getting only 1 of the 4 lives, because that's how we're going to show that it rolls over.
Okay.
So we get this life. We're at 255. It looks fine. In fact, we could even proceed to get more lives, and it would tick up to 256, 257, etc.
Okay.
And so long as you're continuing to play the same save file, it'll register that.
Yep. And hello everyone, hello Dollyfin, so good to see you tonight. Nocturne's here. We're playing Croc for Saturn again.
Yep.
At part 4. We're going into something a little different. We're going to continue with our challenge at Castle Zone.
Yeah.
But we do have one thing she's showing.
Yeah. For the moment, we're going into a little bit of a tech side of things.
Yeah, which you can thank Nocturne for finding this. Thank you so much for that, Nocturne. So good to see you, Dollyfin. Feel free to go into anything else you got on Croc or anything. Or, Nocturne, since Dollyfin did just jump on, if you do want to reiterate anything, go ahead and do that.
Yeah, and I'm not talking about I'm not talking about gameplay technique. I'm talking about technology.
Yeah, go ahead. And feel free to do that.
We will, for the moment, quit out at 255 pause screen lives.
Right.
Now, we'll save on slot 4.
Okay, down there. Yeah, because we did complete Tower Power a few minutes ago at the 50% up there. We're showing a weird thing about how life indications are going for this game that, thanks to Nocturne level grinding, she found it.
Actually, I'm going to save again on that slot, and just in case anything does weird stuff.
Okay.
Now we are going to view that save.
It's 0 now.
Something I didn't do when I originally saved after reaching 255 pause screen lives.
Okay.
So, if we go back into the stage, if I'm remembering what happened last time correctly.
Yeah.
This should currently
Go to 255 lives.
This currently shows us at 255 lives. If I jumped into the pit and lost a life, we would keep playing. As if we had simply lost a life.
But it did say 0 on the save screen, and Dolphin's also saying, I'm new to this game. Yeah, I can understand that. Fine, we're both kind of new to this game as it is. Doc's going to be playing blind for us, but also, we're going to let you in on something that she found out that, I don't know if there's any documentation of this online. We're putting the documentation of it out right now. Show, like, hey, if you want to, this game's hard. Nocturne's shown that. So,
now,
like, hey, I want to grind lives. Yes, you can, but
256 lives.
Yeah, so we're basically showing how the weird element of the lives are working, about how the game registers it.
257 lives.
So you can keep getting them, but
And I'm just gonna wait for the water to go again. Actually, this one is safe to jump onto.
Yeah, one doesn't have it.
Oh no, the water still
Oh,
comes.
it does, okay.
But on opposing sides, like on the side I just broke and the side you start on, the water is up far enough that you can safely stand on the box and not get knocked off by the water.
Okay, I did not know that, and we didn't show it last time
on
either.
this one and the one opposite that, the water comes down at such an angle that you get knocked off if you're on top.
Okay. Yeah, she does understand that because she came here to level grind, and so she knows everything about the physics of this area of the game. Feasibly, I guess, the physics of the game, and now also aspects about how the lives go.
Yeah.
So yeah, Doggin, you are front row seat to something unique for as far as the technical look at this game, which is something that we always love on this show.
Yeah, so now we're quitting out of the stage. We've got 259 lives.
Yeah, great. We should be able to go and beat the game, no problem.
However, if we go back, save to, I believe it was
that
this one. We think we've got 260 lives on the save file stashed away.
Great.
Let's pretend that we're reloading the game.
Okay.
Quit game.
Okay.
Quit to title. We're gonna reload that 5th save slot.
Okay.
Save slot 4. Because the first save slot is save slot 0.
Mm-hmm.
Because computer numbers.
Yeah, and also because this does need this much of a setup. It's absolutely necessary that every word that's coming out of her mouth about this is being stated. And it's also helped me understand this because I didn't know it either. So yeah, we're loading this file. We have tons of lives. That's cool. We're gonna be doing great.
Start level.
Alright, so let's go back to Leap of Faith. It was fun as far as where we're going.
Now, I've only run into this problem after... Okay, yeah. Now we
3.
have... Yeah, what happened to those extra... What happened to all those other 256 extra lives? One of them literally gets lost.
Uh-huh.
And the other 255 roll over.
Okay.
Into a 0. Because when you add 1 to... When you add 1 to 255 when working in computer code, and that's your byte, it's gonna roll over to 0.
Mm-hmm.
However, the weird thing on the save file, which I'm going to load save slot 2, so the third save.
Yeah.
Whoops! I accidentally loaded the level instead of quitting out of the game.
That's fine.
Well, quitting the title anyway. But now we've seen that you lose 256 lives if you reload the save.
So basically, I guess, just to sum it up, that the case is that... yeah, I don't know. Yeah, well, I'm not going to rob you of the pleasure. Nocturne, you basically explain that all you want. That you're the one who found... She's the one who found this, so I'm giving the credit that way.
So yeah, quit to title. Reload save. This time we are loading this file.
Which is
with
0.
With the impossible number of 0 on the save file for lives.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. Also, stack overflows are fun. So this is Darth Luke. It's so good to see you tonight for Croc, Legend of the Gobbos for Saturn. Nocturne's doing this game blind. This is for part 4, but she found something as far as how this game handles lives that I did not know. I don't know if you knew this for this game, or if you know other games that do this. Fine, the only other games I know off the top of my head that do this are Super Mario Brothers, Super Mario Brothers 2, the Japanese version, and this now, and something else.
Yeah, I understand exactly why the game does this, because I understand that basic aspect of computer code.
Sure, no, I get that.
But at the same time, oops. Oh, another glitch that I found. Also, yeah, we are at the game over screen.
Yep.
Because the game is weird.
Right, as far as that. Also, I don't know if we mentioned this before, but when it comes to that game over screen, hit the B button on that actually does automatically go back to the title screen. The A and C buttons will let you count down the timer.
But yeah, we are going to reload this save one more time. This is the impossible lives remaining file. And now we're gonna go back into the stage and look at the pause screen. I don't think I actually checked this out.
Okay, we're gonna take a look. Actually, Darth Lord's saying this. I had this not with the lives, but a lot of early Final Fantasy games that they have a bug with character stats.
Yeah. So actually, the pause screen lives actually line up with the save screen lives.
Right, which is the only time I think it's possible this to happen.
Yes. So really, this should show either -1 or a garbage number.
Right, but it isn't.
But I mean, at least it has that check in place, I guess.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, because I guess it's something interesting when it comes to that, and going to what Darth Lord was saying about character stats in early games in the Final Fantasy franchise. I guess it's the case that I think I'm familiar, sort of, kind of, with what he's talking about. In that, I think, if you level up too much, the game then doesn't recognize your stats. I think, is it Final Fantasy 3 that does that? I remember there's one of them that is indicated with that. I think I remember hearing something with one of those. That's a case that, hey, I'm going to keep going up this way as far as my stats we're able to go all the way, but then realizing, no, it's not like it's going to stop. It's not like some other games like, hey, if you have a maximum of a stat, it'll stop there, or maximum of lives will stop there too. This one, it just rolls over.
Yeah. So, all of this is building up to the fact that I ended up grinding probably closer to 512 lives.
Yeah.
Because I had to go through all that twice.
Yep, but I'm glad you went through that twice, again, for the purpose of the show, but also finding out something that I don't know is documented on this game.
Oh, no, I mean, I'm happy that I came across this. I'm not happy that I had to do the grind twice.
Sure, no, I get that.
So, yeah, now that we're done with that technology side of things,
yes,
we're gonna get back to the intended save. Also, there was that weird thing that happened with the first save file for you.
Yeah, I'll talk about this. Well, fine. First thing, Darth was saying, Final Fantasy VI, or fine, it was Final Fantasy 3 for us initially in the U.S., is the most infamous because it's easiest to trigger the case of bugs with character stats in that game. And I don't know if the Pixel Remaster addressed that, and they are doing a new physical version of the Pixel Remaster on October 8th. So it is going to be way easier to get that now, which is nice. But I will take over as far as the 48% file on the left, because I saw her last night. I witnessed her getting to 254, was it?
Yeah, well, 254 254 pause screen, 255 save screen.
Okay, because I thought it was like, hey, that one file we showed earlier, there's 255 lives to it.
Yeah.
That would be carrying over. Yeah, I did some audio tests today. I said, you know what? Let me take a look at this, because she's running the Japanese memory card. What's the name of the memory card for Japanese?
Power memory.
The power memory. That's what it's called for Japanese. Because I have the U.S. one. She's the Japanese one.
What is the U.S. one called anyway?
The memory card.
Oh, so kind of boring name.
Well, it's pretty straightforward. But there's this CD RAM backup for the Sega CD as far as something you can use for that. But yeah, maybe that's why Saturn did better in Japan than it did in the U.S. That being said, I loaded that this morning as far as checking it to get the audio stuff figured out. And I went into that one, and I saw her last night. I said, wait a second, she grinded that much. She was like, but then I saw it was at 0. I was like, what? Yeah. What happened?
And I'm pretty sure I saved... I'm pretty sure I did both saves right in front of you.
She did, yes.
So this one and this one were both made at the same time.
They were, and I also do have audio footage of when I discovered that. Oh, fine, it was at one life, but I have the footage of when I discovered that on my first of the practice runs tonight, and it'll also show the idea of like why we're running the tech we're running. Because you're gonna hear a bit of a hissing here, a little slight, but I'm gonna show that about here. The audio looks like even when it was completely silent, there is something kind of coming off that. I don't know what it is. So I'm gonna take a listen in the test. Oh wait. Uh-oh. Wait, this is the one that's 0 lives again? Hold on. I don't know if that's the one specifically she had, but fine, I'm dead. You know what? No, I'm not dead. We're gonna quit. I just loaded the one file she had. Going off her memory card. So, I wanted to see. Okay, so fine. That's the one that has 0 lives. Or 0 lives in the save. I hope that's not a case where she said, hey, she had to go through this again on 1 life. I don't think she's gonna have to. Jump. And now I'm trying what she's doing to see about what's going on this. And fine, she has all the practice. I have absolutely none. And fine, he just cites it to his death. Oh, and okay, so B button. Okay, so that also answers the question, which is fine. When you're on the game over screen, hitting the B button just instantly stops the timer. Got it. Okay. Let me see about her files briefly, because I want to see something. That's one wife. That's the one with one wife as well. 0. And then 255. So yeah, that 255 one is going to be the one that goes. I know she saved that one up there. So I don't know what happened. And with that, I guess we can keep going on as far as whatever you want to go to Nocturne for this.
Yeah, now we're going to get back to the actual game.
Okay, yeah, because we do...
I had to go over that technology bit.
You did, I agree with that, and I appreciate that you did. I'm glad you found it, as we're going to go have our Hassle in the Castle as our last perspective going through Castle Zone here. But I'm glad you did, and glad you found that. Fine, because I always love that idea. When it comes to the show, sometimes I've said, okay, how do we differentiate a play of any game? Because look, anybody can play any game they want online and do something with it. But it's also sometimes the case that we've sometimes said this. Whenever we've recorded ourselves playing, either the two of us or other people who've been on the show, or just in general, sometimes things happen that you don't expect. And her idea of this was pretty sound. She said, hey, I'm going into this level. It was really hard. I went through like 20-something lives last time, got a game over. Let me make sure that doesn't happen again. Mm-hmm. So then the thought was, okay, let's go as far as max lives. I guess she got to 99, and she realized, wait, it goes higher than that. Because sometimes they'll usually go higher than 99, sometimes not higher than 9. If you ever played Terminator on the NES, from Infamous, from the people who made Infamous, what's the name of the company that made that? Radical Entertainment made that. Way before they made Infamous and the Simpsons Hit and Run, they made that. It's a case where they actually did program the game specifically. You only have a maximum of 6 lives, so that life counter only goes up to 6. This game, it goes higher. She said, hey, I can keep going higher. And then in that case, when's the point, Nocturne, if you remember, that when you came to the level grind for this game, that you realized that the 255 is the max, technically, as far as what you can save, although you can go further than that if you don't.
Yeah, well...
Or if you don't, if you save but you don't quit out.
As soon as I realized I could go over 100, I was kind of like, okay, 255 is probably the max. I'll get up to 255. Of course, in keeping track of that, I'm going by the pause screen.
Sure.
So when I then go to save and quit out, I save with 255 pause screen lives. Save. I don't check the save data.
Because why would you? You would think, who cares?
Yeah, I mean, why would I need to check the save data that I just plopped down?
Mm-hmm.
Then when I went to reload the save, I have an impossible number of save screen lives.
Right.
0.
Mm-hmm.
When the lowest that should be possible on the save screen is 1.
Mm-hmm.
Because it counts that last life before a game over on the save screen.
Sure. So, okay, that's how you found it then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the only other case of a game I can know of that does this is Super Mario Brothers. Well, actually, Super Mario Brothers 1 and Super Mario Brothers 2, the Japanese one, so Lost Levels 2S. And, Nocturne, I guess with that game, were you aware of the life trick in that game where you put the Koopa Troopa, or get it feasibly on the side of like a stairs or something?
Yeah,
and you get the jump specifically?
I've seen that before.
Okay, yeah, because what happens is that you keep doing that, you get Mario or Luigi into a point where they're able to jump continuously on it, and it basically keeps racking up points, and then you keep getting lives. But the thing is that in that game, if you go over... I think it gives you, like... Okay, actually, I think it's the same thing, because I think it goes in 2 lives at once. So actually, it is the same thing as this game, in that you have to go up to a max of doing that 128 times to get to 256. Fine, it's 256 in that game, because that game does not count zeros of life. So in that case, if you go over that and you die, the game rolls over and it sees it as 0 and it thinks you got a game over. And I don't think, actually no, with that one, or both of those, it does not do what this game does, or what you showed that this game does, which is this one rolls over and it continues as if, oh yeah, those lives there just didn't count, but you still have a couple of lives, like 3 or 4 as you had when you shown earlier. That one just basically, you're at, I think, no, it puts your number into a negative, because anyway, the game does handle this as a negative, and it then thinks like, oh wait, that's 0, and then if you die again, you get a game over. But if you don't do that and you do die, your life counter becomes semi-garbled with pictures of like clouds and things. Eventually gets down to letters and numbers to give a sense of like how close you're getting towards, you know, getting game over.
Yeah.
As far as that. So in that case, that game does do that check to it. In fact, that's not the only... Actually,
I've run into similar, like, okay, anyone who is familiar with Missing No in Gen 1 Pokemon should know about garbled numbers.
Right, yeah, good point. Although the way we're playing that game, you're not going to see it because we're playing the yellow version. That being said, good point, because isn't that the same thing?
It's pretty much the same idea.
Right.
It does weird things with numbers that shouldn't exist.
Which can feasibly be a boon to you if you're able to get it so that you can duplicate the item in your 6th item slot. Is that right? I think that's right.
I believe so.
You can also feasibly use it to help you catch things in the Safari Zone by surfing alongside the side of Cinnabar Island, because then at that point...
Yeah, you go to the part of the Safari Zone with the thing you want to catch, then there's actually 2 strips of shoreline that work for the glitch. The other one is in the Seafoam Islands. But the Cinnabar Island location is much easier to get to.
Actually, I did not know the one on the Seafoam Islands actually until you just said.
Yeah. I remember doing it at Seafoam Islands, but it's just so much easier to go to Cinnabar.
Sure. Although you do have to feasibly swim down there, as it is, I think. Well, right.
Well, I mean, to get to Seafoam Islands and do the trick, you need to use repels to get there.
Right.
And have Pokemon that are high enough leveled that you don't run into anything on the way.
Well, you don't have to run into... Actually, I think the trick doesn't work if you run into trainers. I think you feasibly can run into wild Pokemon. I think, unless you... Well, then again, she's done it. She might be right about that.
Yeah, my memory is that if you run into any wild Pokemon, it breaks the glitch.
Okay. I think she might be right. I'll have an indication here showing or explaining that as far as a link item, just because I want to get that down. It's fine. We're going to talk about it when we get to Gen 1. Although, as I said, we have Yellow as far as how we're playing it, so in that case, they fixed that glitch in Yellow's version, so at that point, can't do that anymore, so you have to go and get Tauros and Chansey out of the Safari Zone the hard way.
Yeah, or trade with someone who plays Red or Blue and can get both.
That's true. Good point.
And since the game doesn't save where you caught the thing, there's no and the things, unless you've activated Missing No, the things you catch along that strip will have the same levels that they would in the area you're pulling the data from.
Right.
So they'll be at the correct levels for the Safari Zone. You just didn't catch them in a Safari Ball, which, since the ball data isn't stored in Gen 1...
Yeah, I don't think they start storing that until 2?
Yeah, Gen 3, I think it was.
3 indicated it, because fine, you have different Pokeballs to use in 2.
Yeah.
Fine, more unique ones, but they don't track it that way.
Yeah, so, like, in Gen 1, you could, if you're playing Red or Blue, you can just go to the part of the Safari Zone that has the thing you want to find in it. I think you do need to get into one encounter. It doesn't matter what you fight. You just need to get into one encounter, if I'm remembering correctly.
Okay.
Then you leave the Safari Zone without getting into any more encounters, which basically means just let the timer run out. Or quit out. I think you can tell the game to boot you out of the Safari Zone, or maybe that was something added in later generation Safari Zones.
Yeah, I don't remember.
I don't remember, but either way, it's not that difficult to get booted out of the Safari Zone.
Yeah, we'll have a link indicating all this.
And then, you basically... Well, let's use Cinnabar Island for the example.
Sure, let's...
or, actually, no. If we use Seafoam Islands for an example... You have to surf across a pretty wide stretch of water to get there.
Yep.
So, if you don't want to run into Tentacool or Tentacruel and ruin the glitch, you had better damn well be using repels and a Pokemon that's high enough level that the repel will keep everything away from you.
Yeah.
Because if you run into even one Tentacool, the glitch is broken.
Yeah, no, I get that for sure.
And then you need to go back into the Safari Zone and repeat.
Yeah.
But then you get to this strip of shoreline, which for now we're gonna switch over to Cinnabar.
Mm-hmm.
Since you can fly straight to Cinnabar after you've been there once, you don't need to worry about using repels. You just go to the shoreline that activates the weird battles.
Mm-hmm.
Fight the Safari Zone mon. So let's say a Scyther or a Tauros, or a Pinsir for that matter, to get version exclusives taken care of.
Right.
And then you just fight it and catch it normally, like it were a completely normal wild Pokemon.
Yeah, and to think then later generations you feasibly would be able to catch those that way. But yeah, like that's definitely an interesting thing as far as it, and also fine stuff as far as the evolution of that franchise. And fine, as I learned, the idea that Generation 9 has different variations of Tauros, which I didn't know. It's like, oh yeah, it's gonna be like normal again. I was like, wait, no, this is fighting, and it's mixed with fire and water. I was like, okay, that was interesting.
Yeah, and the water fighting Tauros and the fire fighting Tauros are version exclusives.
Right, and Dender threw out both of them, as it was when I went the Academy Ace tournament when I did that. And you're actually going to see that in 2 weeks when I'm not here. We're going to later on. As far as this, what do we... Okay, so let's keep going down as far as the hassle in the castle, but so far not much of a hassle.
But yeah, that was a fun conversation.
Sure, no, I get that, absolutely. And that, fine. It also is defining the idea of, hey, what we're doing with Croc, and also the idea of, we talked about everything really there is in this game except for what you found. I'm glad you found that just for that very reason, because documenting something in this game maybe... if anybody in the audience has played Croc, please tell us. Have you ever seen what she mentioned earlier when it comes to the way the lives are rolling over? Either, because we're playing on the Saturn, as we've always been for the show, but... If you play it on the PlayStation, just do it on the PlayStation. If you play it on the PC, just do it on the PC. Game Boy Color is a different case. Okay, fine, because it's different on the Game Boy Color, but I don't know. Maybe the Game Boy Color version has something to that degree, but I don't know. I never played it on the Game Boy Color. Either way, yeah, doing okay as you're seeing, I guess, the Not Judge there, and then, fine, Judge Dante.
I guess those are his kids or something?
I guess so.
Maybe a grandmother or wife or something?
Actually, wait a second. It's Mrs. D, so it's... You're right, Mrs. D, so that's Mrs. Dante, and down there are...
illegible.
Yeah, unfortunately. If I can find something as far as if they are legible in the PlayStation version, I'll indicate that, and say, who are they? So, the idea, like, the lore of Croc, and this is before we get to Croc 2, which, Edwack might call dibs on that one, because he grew up playing Croc 2, he played on the PC.
Yeah, he absolutely should.
Well, then again, it's like, hey, if you want to feasibly do that one, but again, I haven't talked to him specifically about, does he want to do that one, because fine, in his plate, I know, his next game is going to be another, Game Freak joint, one I never heard of, Smart Ball. I don't know, you play that, it's on Super Nintendo.
No.
I never heard of it either. I think it's kind of like a puzzle game of sorts. It's something that he said, I want to show it for the show, and I said, yeah, absolutely. It's like, nobody knows. Fine. That's not true that nobody knows this. Gemini 96 knows it. Because I mentioned, like, oh, he loves Smart Music. That game's awesome. Like, wait, you know this too. So they have this great secret. But I know Edwack's going to show that, and I know one game is all his, is Banjo-Kazooie. At some point he's going to do it. He's going to do something kind of similar to this in the sense that he's going to play that game. He's going to try and... He's going to go for 100%, but he's going to try and go for it as a bit of a speed run, but also as far as going 100%. But I also said to him, like, hey, if you want to do it as a separate show for a speed run, that go ahead. But I think he said he's just going to feasibly go fast because it's he's been on record saying like that's his favorite game of all time. So I said like, okay, you want to do this one, go ahead. And we did get in speedrun discussions with Sonic Mania a few weeks ago. It's fine. I went back to Sonic Mania as it was a couple weeks ago because we still had the encore mode that we didn't do when she was on the show for the first part of it. But so we did do that, but we actually had a case of Dr. Wyvin actually who stopped by for the first time on the show when we did that. He's actually streaming right now. He's doing speedrun stuff with Sonic CD. He actually does tons of stuff as far as Sonic speedrun. He gave me a lot of information about that game, and things about exploits of that game that I never knew until he came in, and even was pointing me to videos he'd done. It's like, hey, these are speedrun methods. Oh shit. Yeah, this game's not in 3D. Imagine if it was. You're seeing the You'd feasibly be seeing the spike ball coming right in your face. Yeah, fathom the thought.
Let's see.
There you go.
That's one thing I really like about this game, though, that although you do need to be able to react quickly, you also need to closely watch your surroundings.
Sure.
And watch for patterns.
And it becomes very satisfying when you're able to do that, and also feel free to correct me if I'm speaking out of turn saying this. I get the sense that you're at least showing that this game seems like second nature. Everything we're seeing so far in Hassle in the Castle is not giving you any hassle so far. I mean, that's cool, probably going to change, I would assume, but still, it seems like you're so used to this game after you've been playing it so much, it's almost kind of become like a reflex as far as how to handle it. Compared to me, I can't do this. No question, I can't do this. With a lot of practice, I could do it, but yeah, now, no way. In this case, yeah, we're getting electrified.
And once again, watching for patterns.
Yep. Remember, no time limit in this game, so take advantage of that.
I do think that the bolts of electricity are timed to an extent with the platform.
So I guess you're gonna have to...
It's a little bit out of phase, but it's not completely out of phase.
Okay. There's also that collapsible platform over there, but like I don't know why they put it there. You're not gonna have enough time to jump onto that, I guess, to be safe. And unless you have to do that immediately and then jump back.
Okay. I'm going to check this cycle one more time.
Okay, fair enough. Do what you gotta do. It's probably the best method, specifically, I would think.
Okay. That didn't quite line up the way I was expecting it to.
As far as the pattern of the lightning.
Yeah. So I'm glad that I waited. Okay, I think if I get on the forward side of the platform, I'm good.
Okay.
Or not.
Yeah, just take a hit and just jump backwards.
Well, okay.
Almost.
I jumped badly.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I got through it ultimately, so... Of course, now I need to do this gemless. So I lost my safety net. Okay, let's see where this lines up. I'm gonna see what happens.
Okay. I think you found it.
I misaligned things, but I think that's probably how it's intended.
I was gonna say, they probably wouldn't put that platform there if there was no reason for it to be there. Or, well actually, one other thing I'm wondering, if you're on the edge and holding on to that, does it count as you getting hit by the electricity if you're going underneath it?
I'm gonna try to grab it.
Okay.
Because that might be the way to do it. Dumb strats.
Well, no, it makes sense. Actually, that would be a great attention to detail there, saying, as you mentioned, hey...
Okay. I mean, we have lives, so...
Yeah.
This is just trying to do dumb... Whoop!
Trying to hang on.
Trying to hang on, yeah. Trying. Operative word and whatnot.
Yeah, because immediately the hang on this game, fine, because we showed before, because everything is, hexagonal as far as platforms, octagonal.
Octagonal.
I'm not sure which one it was. Either one. Yeah, because this game handles that very weirdly.
Okay. I am not deliberately jumping into the pit.
Right,
Just for anyone who's...
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, you can skip it that way.
Whoops. I screwed up on the platforming.
Okay, but at least we have the method.
But we have the well, okay. That didn't work out, but
Yeah, it looks like you feasibly you grabbed it, or it looked like you grabbed it, but then you actually landed.
Yeah.
Instead.
Collision detection is weird in this game.
Yeah.
As we've established on numerous occasions.
Right. There you go.
Okay.
Almost.
Aw. Okay, he failed to grab that time.
Yeah. It seems like the time he was grabbing the most is actually when the platform was going away after it first got to you this way. So basically it's spinning around and then when it goes the other way, but
Yeah.
you can grab it there. Okay, fine. You did
was a
grab it,
failed
but
grab.
it didn't work.
That was undeniably a failed grab.
Yeah.
Whoop, okay, I released the jump button a little too early there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that was just bad. I think I might just try to do the intended way.
Okay.
Because I get a better,
You had a better angle. Yeah, in fact you do.
Yeah, you get a better angle doing it the intended way.
Okay. Fine,
But-
you can do it the other way. We showed it.
Yeah.
Or she showed it.
I didn't successfully get to the platform, but proof of concept. Whoops. And then I fall. Again. Not gonna get angry about that because it's just like we're trying dumb ways of doing this anyway.
Okay, actually, it looked like there you saw that. It looked like you either just missed it when the
no.
lightning came by, and then I'm gonna have a picture of when that happened. When it looked like you jumped towards it, but it wasn't quite there.
Yeah, I'm having trouble getting the camera angle good for the jump back to the platform.
Right, that's the thing.
That's the hardest part of this jump right here. I mean, I'm getting close.
Yeah,
I
I know.
am getting very close on this jump. Okay, that was poor momentum. Not that momentum is strictly super a thing in this game, but... Okay, trying to turn the camera made Croc edge off the platform.
Yeah.
Which I don't like that about the camera in this game. Which I think I've already talked about that before.
Yeah, basically, I think the reason why people play it on the PlayStation also is because there's another... yeah, I don't know how the second analog stick camera works in the sense, can you move it totally freely, but it is controllable on the right analog stick in the PlayStation edition. Saturn doesn't have a second analog stick, so you have to use buttons.
Yeah, so you're kind of screwed.
Right.
And the one method to look around only lets you move the camera when you're standing completely still. And it reverts to right behind Croc when you release it.
It's the Conker's Bad Fur Day method as well, because the game does the same thing. And that came after this. Yeah, and arguably the camera in that game is worse than this one.
There we go. There we go. Okay, I feel a lot better now. This should be a pretty easy couple of jumps, honestly.
Yeah, there you go. You do have enough time for it.
Mm-hmm.
If he's enough time to sort of kind of stand around
Yeah.
if you want to, but you still have to get moving eventually.
Yeah, like, I probably wouldn't, stay still at all.
Yeah.
But that's...
Yeah, that makes sense as far as and there's the blue gem.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay, so wait a second. That's going off at a way slower interval. Yeah, one of those things, I guess, just go right in the box to get the, I guess, yeah, that's the thing. I guess, you're probably safe when you go right in the middle where the Gobbo is. Am I looking at that right?
Yeah, it looks like it looks like the center of the platform is safe.
Okay.
However, the question is how to get back on the platform. It does look like the rotation of the platforms is out of phase with the electric pulses, so it shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, because there you are right in the box. Actually, that also means one thing, which is that fine... Hold on. Is the electricity going... Okay, because fine, the one that's going to the right there. Is that electricity going out of this area? So the point is, if you're on the other platforms and you're standing there, you're going to get shocked by it. I don't know. I can't tell based on what I'm seeing. It looks like it kind of is going through on the edge there, so it seems like
I
just
think there's
a
a
little bit.
chance of getting zapped on the platform.
Okay.
It's a little hard to say for sure. But the electricity does mainly just cover the edges of this platform, which is good.
Yeah.
It looks scary, it's not. I would say it's one of those, it looks scary, but it's not really all that bad.
Mm-hmm.
That one of those kinds of things.
It seems safer than the other area in the room we've had before.
Mm-hmm. Alright. I'm just gonna wait a little bit longer. Okay. I'm gonna take the next platform.
There you go. Okay, so good job.
Yeah, that was actually not bad at all. If I'm gonna be completely honest, that wasn't bad at all.
Yeah, indeed. Actually, I like the idea of the bridge here as far as, like, yeah, just cross the bridge there for the gems. Except, yeah, those guys are looking at us funny. And also, I guess, one are at the bridge is gonna collapse. Like, I guess it doesn't matter right now, because you just can run to the edge.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the bridge looks actually pretty stable.
Okay.
I'm still gonna run.
Fair enough. Okay, okay, fine.
Assholes.
Yeah, here you go. Okay, the way you said that, I'm thinking, you ever seen the movie A Fish Called Wanda? Because in that movie, Kevin Kline, every time something bad happens to him, he always says, asshole! It's hilarious. If you've ever seen A Fish Called Wanda, I cannot recommend the movie highly enough. I'll have a picture of Kevin Kline for that movie, and, yeah, it's from 1988. I think you'd like it. It's very, very funny. My brother got me into that movie.
Alright, so...
There's not a game based on it. If there was, I would be all over that shit.
Alright, so I think it's mainly just a dash from one platform to another across the bridges.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't seem to this room doesn't seem to actually be all that threatening.
Not that I'm gathering.
So, let's go.
I think it's when you're on the bridge, that's when they start shooting, but at that
Well,
point I think
just
good.
before. Just before.
Yep. Back to the gears again.
I don't like it. I don't like how it drops me off right at the edge of the platform.
The fact that... Oh, I don't know if it's a case where you can fall. Yes, as far as... The only thing about... Is that about Fish Called Wanda? Is that about launching you right at the edge of that platform? Feel free to go into that. We might have a hand of a Fish Called Wanda potentially in the house as far as the audience. Someone else who can vouch that's really, really funny.
Alright. Well, clearly there's an enemy I'm gonna need to kill. Probably a couple times, just because they respawn so fast.
Right.
I do think the respawn timer is a little short.
Yeah. As we've shown before, it's feasibly infinite if you're in the area where they're going to spawn, but as soon as you get out of it, up to that point, it's about 15 so seconds, they're just going to come back.
Yeah, it's a pain.
I don't know if 2 is different. I'll ask Edwag, maybe he knows. Or fine, actually, he probably have to play it, because I asked him something about something with this game based on our play, and he said, I don't remember that far back as far as it.
Alright, so I think I know. I think I've got a good feel of how I'm going to proceed, and I just need to hope that the thing doesn't shoot.
Okay.
Or at least doesn't hit.
Yeah, feel free to have at it.
Whoops. Or that I fall off. That's another possibility.
No, I get that. Makes sense.
I was laughing at myself with that comment.
No, I get that.
I mean, that's a good thing to be able to do, though.
Sure. Yeah, I get that.
I wish I could kill that thing.
At least the knockback isn't so massive that you'll... Fine. As soon as you bust the box, it's not that massive. There's the gem. Okay, so there's all 5 gems. There's a button. Maybe that kills him. I don't know.
Okay, he doesn't... I do seem to be out of his detection range when I'm on this edge of the box.
Okay. That's good.
So, stomp. Gobbo.
Surprise, motherfucker!
Oh.
What?
Wait, what happened?
I have no clue.
We're gonna have a picture as far as that. Also, Dolphin saying, and Archie responds to Otto, how very interesting. You're true Vulgarian, aren't you? I love that film. Okay, so she does love A Fish Called Wanda. A Nocturne, you're gonna be, I'm gonna introduce you to that movie. It's hilarious.
Well, I got the Gobbo, I got the gem, so I just need to hit the button, I guess.
Okay, fine. I also look back as far as the footage, seeing how'd you die? Because I didn't completely see how you died either.
Yeah, I am clueless.
Yeah, because I don't think we saw him shoot either. Mm-hmm. Where's the button go? Whoa. Okay, it goes that way. So, alright, fine. You don't have to go over to where he is. So now you got this stuff. You got what you came for, you can go over to the cog again.
Okay, so that's where it goes. I am going to approach from this platform.
That is nice, though. In this case, fine is going to be a little easier than going after where he is.
Okay, I see where we're going.
Yeah, I think I also see the one of the areas like popping into view.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a magic trick. Now you see it, now you don't.
Yeah, it looks like it's one of those things that comes jutting out of the wall with the way it's popping in and out, doesn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. I don't know if it does that on PlayStation. I'll figure for it. Because sometimes I have curiosity on version, specifically. Okay, there you go. So that's a safe platform.
I am repositioning.
Smart move. It's the Tomb Raider method of platforming, ladies and gentlemen. If you play the old Tomb Raider games, you play those games the exact same way as this. Except, yeah, in that case, yeah, they're going to keep shooting, so you have to make jumps going across, basically, rapidly.
This is actually not too bad. I just need to keep forward momentum.
Okay, and you've shown your capability
at least
that.
It doesn't look too bad.
Alright.
This stage overall has been much better than the previous one.
Yeah, you'd think that feasibly would be a... Fine, we mentioned that before. We said switching of levels and switching of bosses. So, yeah, that's interesting that way. But alright.
To the point that I think I'm actually going to go with the close to top-down view.
Okay.
Alright, let's go.
Oh, nice. Okay, that was the best run of that possible.
And we got all gems.
And also, there's something in that box. I don't know what's in the box.
It's probably just gems. I'm not going to...
Oh, you don't want to? You don't even want to bother taking it?
I'm not gonna bother.
Okay.
I mean, we have all the colored gems. It's either more colored gems or a gobbo.
Okay.
It's either more regular gems or a gobbo.
Okay.
Which, since I'll need to go back to this stage again at some point, to finish getting the rest of the gobbos anyway, I would say it's not that big a deal.
Okay, when we get through this, you want to explain how you were going to do that, or you want to wait to the end of the show to explain that? Fine, well, I guess we'll figure, because we're gonna probably going to finish the main story of this game tonight, is the thought.
Well, quite possibly.
Because this is the last world. As far as the main worlds. There are two extra ones.
I need to make sure I go... I need to make sure I go when this guy is facing away.
Okay.
Just so I kill him, and,
Go back.
Okay. It doesn't look like there's an enemy on the next platform, which is good. I am going to get a more confident angle.
Okay.
I just don't want to be surprise sniped.
Sure, yeah. If you are, I can also put the edit in from Dexter that I put in when we played Majora's Mask. I'll explain what that is in just a second. You know what it is, even though you... I don't know if you... Have you ever seen Dexter from Showtime?
No.
Okay, you know what this line is, though. I know you do. I'll get into that in a little bit.
So that button made that solid platform. Basically, the platform without the blue arrows.
Right.
That's in the center of the screen show up. However, I have no clue how I'm going to get across that gap without the thing that's on the box shooting.
Right.
Well, I don't think it's avoidable.
Well, it's one of those cases you stop at the platform and then jump. Maybe he shoots down where you are and you jump as soon as he shoots.
Probably. This is definitely a timing thing, though, because
yeah.
I need to kill that one that's on the platform along the right of the right side of the screen.
Yeah.
And then proceed into the next one.
Okay.
With no real break in between. Aside from a little bit of repositioning. So, let's give it a shot.
Okay. There you go.
Okay, there's that one.
Oh, fine, I guess. Alright, there you go. So that's the way to do it.
Damage boost.
Pretty much. And there's your last gobbo, and one more hop, skip, and jump. And there's the gone. Good job. And by the way, going back to the thing with Dexter, I didn't know this is where it came from, but it is. You really know the idea of, like, surprise, motherfucker? That's what it comes from. It comes from that show.
Okay.
I know that because when we did Majora's Mask, one of the mini-boss in the Woodfall Temple, we got into discussion on that, and I said, let me put an edit in for that voice, which so I did. And then I looked, it's like, where did this come from? I've always heard this, like, where did it come from? Like, oh, it came from Dexter. So yeah, if I watched Dexter on Showtime, I would have known it, because I never watched it either. I heard it's great. Anyway, we're at the Dungeon of Defright.
Alright, we are saving after that.
Okay, good job.
Especially since we got all the gems and successfully got the gobbo behind the gem door.
Mm-hmm.
We are set. We are definitely saving that.
Okay. There you go.
Yeah, for next time, I'm probably going to move the save into, I'm probably going to end up deleting everything that's not in slot 0 or slot 5, so the first or 6th slots.
Mm-hmm.
And just having the save in both of those slots.
Sure.
But I had to have those saves ready for demonstration.
And I'm glad you did. I really am. Because it's one of those things I didn't predict it even, before we met up for the purpose of this show. So sometimes that's the thing. Even when other people are controlling the game, I don't know what I'm going to see. And also sometimes the case that even when we get onto a show, even we feasibly know what we're going to do and say and all this stuff, you never know what's going to come up.
Alright, so I think I already saved, but I'm going to save again.
Yeah, may as well, yeah, 52%. So we're halfway done with the game as far as collection purposes. We're at is it Deep-Fright or Deep-Fright? Death-Fright or something? I don't know. I think it's Deep-Fright.
Deep-Fright, I think.
Okay, Dungeon Deep-Fright, okay. So, what is this going to look like? It looks like a torture chamber with skeletons and, metal hangers up there, metal racks.
I think it might actually be a play on the word delight, so Death-Fright.
Yeah, that makes sense. Let's see what we have going on
I mean,
here.
if I had to guess.
You're probably right. That makes sense. Also, as we're talking this off screen as far as it... Maybe that's actually a word, too. I'm curious.
It could be.
Fine, the first thing that's coming up is... Well, fine, this game, number 1. A music artist named Deep-Fright. And then the Oxford English Dictionary, which is saying...
Oh, that's Deep-Fright.
Oh, Deep-Fright. Okay, so that's... Then in that case, fine, it doesn't have a meaning specifically outside of what this is, so I think you're right. Okay, so we're gonna... Fine, it also says on that wiki what it's comprised of, but I didn't actually look at that yet. So, it says it's comprised of... Well, we're gonna find out right now.
Yep. Oh, that last level was actually a lot of fun.
It was interesting, yeah, for sure,
I really enjoyed that last level.
And that's the thing of this game, I think.
Yeah. I think I might also just be getting a lot better at it.
Mm-hmm.
But that last level was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting also when we get to... We'll do final thoughts. Actually, we'll do final thoughts twice. We'll do when we beat the game as far as the main story, and at the finale. That's gonna be definitely an interesting thing to go into. So yeah, whenever you're set for Dungeon to Deep-Fright, we're gonna see what Deep-Frights or delights we see. Because we are getting close as far as what we need to do. Alright, so there's the Grim Reaper again. Fine, it said to grab the ghoulies thing, yes, but fine, it does, fine, maybe because of the green creature, I'm thinking something like Banjo-Kazooie a little bit. I don't remember, do you remember in Mad Monster Mansion if there were, like, Grim Reaper creatures in there? I know there are those green ghost things that are in the, hedge mazes.
I don't remember.
I mean, it's been sort of kind of a while since I played Banjo-Kazooie that far in. Fine, it's one of those cases where, I was like, Edwack, you know, because he probably knows most everything about that game.
Okay, so we are in a dungeon, it seems.
Okay, there you go.
And there's a locked door right there. I bet the key's gonna be somewhere down this path. Because there's no other ways to go here.
Right. It looks like a pink spider over there.
Mm-hmm. And I see the key from here, actually,
Okay.
so yeah.
Yeah, the draw is actually pretty good. You think, like, hey, on Saturn, in fact, we saw pop-up as far as stuff in the last level, but even here, it's like, yeah, we're still seeing a pretty neat distance for this, so it is impressive. Also, again, impressive that the Saturn can run this the way it does. Okay, yeah, he's... Oh. Yeah, the golem smashing. We're fine. A golem or a statue? Yeah, I guess he's the executioner or something, specifically.
Okay, colored gem. And it seems like the spider is on a timer.
Mm-hmm. It's like, yeah, you shall not pass. Well, yeah, just go around him. Alright, so not bad so far. Okay, another memory game.
This is going to suck.
We know where it is.
I think it's this one.
It is. You said all those years of playing Shell Game and Mario Party are gonna come in handy. And that's the thing, is like, just like that was like, I'm paying attention to where that thing is. I mean, I guess they're spiders, but wait a second. Do they have only like 4 arms?
They do only have 4 arms, but they're basically spider enemies.
Okay. Oh, actually, wait. Yeah, okay, they do.
Yeah.
I like the design, honestly.
Yeah, simple, but I mean, it gets the point across.
Yeah.
Perfectly, I think. What do you think?
I agree.
On the perfectly comment.
I do. I think it's something that you kind of notice. Like, hey, wait, there's some. I think the pink kind of or the red pink.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
We're playing this game.
Yeah, in a room with spiders, but fine, you're on the box anyway. So it's like, yeah, you're putting a quick stop to that game. It's like, yeah, there's spiders here, my friend. We gotta keep going. Or fine, in this case, yeah, it's no problem. But I like the pink color. I kind of like that they kind of draw your attention right to it.
They do stand out nicely.
It goes well with the art design, because we talked about how the way this game's looking. I guess what the art design of it is we're guess. Oh, you're doing okay, so it's catching game. So okay, so it's like mini games basically. Okay. Actually, this is like the remember one of the gem doors we saw at the beginning of the game? It's like that one.
Yeah, this is going through a lot of the mini game type gem door challenges.
Okay. Well, that's good as far as it. So I guess that's where the defrights and delights are coming in, which is kind of a nice twist.
Yeah, I kind of like that, honestly. If I'm gonna be completely honest.
He's also thought that, hey, they think this is gonna be a torture thing for Croc. Fine, we're definitely seeing that thing from earlier. Like a case of whack-a-mole or whack a reaper or something. So fine, this easily would have been fitting for the Halloween block after all. Well, fine, we'll have a game from this company anyway, as far as the Halloween block anyway, so at least there's that. Alright, there's a life at least, as far as that.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Alright, so yeah, who are you? Oh, I think I know.
I don't think we've been to one like with this one.
Yeah, that green thing. I think I know what we gotta do with this thing. In the words of Elvis Costello and the attractions, pump it up.
No.
It sounds like he almost... Is he saying, like, no when we're trying to pump him up?
It almost sounds like he's saying help.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, so... But we sometimes talk about this when it comes to 3D platformers like this. They're cute for kids, and they are. But also the case that, fine, if you really stop and think about what you're doing, you think, like, man, this is feasibly really messed up, as it can be. But then again, it's like, yeah, we're just pumping them like crazy, and I don't know... Oh, you're right. Yeah, it did sound like you're saying help as far as that. Okay, the only thing I'm wondering is, do you think maybe you pump them up enough and, I don't know, you tail whip them into a door or something? I was like, they have barricades on them. I would think that wouldn't open it, but... Yeah, I guess not. Or, okay, you can push him to the door.
Okay.
Okay, so not what I was thinking. Alright, bust the door down. Okay. Oh, we have one. I wonder if that's a case where you... Okay, there's the gong. Because here's the other question, which is... Okay, so we have to go out this way. So I don't know... Because how many times you blow...
I'm going back into this stage.
I was going to say, how many times you blow that thing up?
I think we need to push it to other doors and then blow up the other doors.
I was going to say this, though. Is like, I think you probably get more than just the one to blow up, I would think, yes? Because I was wondering if... No, fine, okay.
I think it might only work on one door per run of the stage.
Okay. Which I guess would make sense. Okay. Actually, that is pretty delightful, actually. That's pretty fun.
Going back in there.
We'll have our mini-boss a little bit, but we'll, yeah, we're gonna go back to Dungeon of Fright.
No need to save for this one. It's not actually a difficult stage.
Not really. Here's a question, going back to the thing with the Gobbo under the box. Did you have to get him in order to open the door? I don't remember if you did.
I think it's just you break one box, and if it's got the Gobbo, you get the Gobbo. If it didn't have the Gobbo, well, you don't get the Gobbo, but you go through the door.
Okay.
At least that's what it looks like to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess we'll see it again. Actually, yeah, this seems pretty fun.
Okay.
Fine, for this one anyway.
I'm just gonna go straight through.
Yeah, okay, so that door's not locked. Fine, technically I guess that door's not locked either, looks like.
Yeah.
I say, yeah, he's going exactly out where we need to go. Alright, so catch the gems in the cauldron again.
Whatever. That one's hard.
It seems pretty fun, though, as far as this kind of little gauntlet
it's basically
of
a mini game. It's basically a mini game gauntlet.
Yeah.
I don't actually have a problem with that.
Yeah, and I guess also nothing else also, I guess, is feasibly giving practice for other parts we've done. So, like, fine. Take it out on these Dantinis a little bit as far as this. Yeah, just pressing the button and off they go. The only other thing in here that might feasibly be easy is to do, like, shimmying left and right as far as that slow walk, but it is slow enough. You're probably not gonna...
fast enough.
Right.
At least they're pretty harmless.
Yeah.
In this case.
That's true. Yeah, so see how the mini-boss here is.
Right.
And now at this point, I guess then push it to one of the other doors. Although, fine, I guess... Yeah, because I guess we'll put this to the test, which is... Do you have a limited number of these, or is it just something that each of them is going to have a gong underneath it? Okay, you're right, it's only one. So yeah, you have only a choice of one door. Oh! So what are those, automatons or something?
Of some kind.
Okay. So I guess the gem door then is in the left one.
It's interesting that that they have a trap room for the end of the stage as a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
I actually do think that's very interesting.
Yeah, it is. I mean, that's, I think, what has been about this game. Fine, everything this company seems to make, even if it's not necessarily the greatest game you ever play, there's always stuff about them that really are really interesting. Fine, Star Fox is clearly one of the obvious ones as far as it. But even stuff like, we mentioned some of the other stuff they did, because they ported Race Driving, which is an arcade game that was showing off 3D polygons. They ported to the Game Boy. They were the ones who ported it. And believe it or not, it's on the Super Nintendo as well. They didn't make the Super Nintendo version. The Super Nintendo version runs horrifically. We're talking like 4 FPS here, as far as how that frame rate is. On Game Boy, it's pretty smooth, and you're thinking, like, wait a second. Why is the Game Boy able to run this game better than the Super Nintendo can? People say, like, hey, you know what the best way to play Race Drive on the Super Nintendo is? Get a Super Game Boy, put the Game Boy version in that, and then play it on the Super Nintendo that way. But Argonaut knew what they were doing, and there always was a lot of interesting things they had. And in fact, if you like this, I think you probably would like iNinja. Because iNinja also, like this one, it does kind of have some other... This part is reminding me something of iNinja, because what iNinja does is... It's a case where... It's kind of like a 3D Collect-a-thon platform like this, but you're kind of doing weird things with some of the things, like you're jumping onto like a ninja ball to roll over, knocking out enemies, and you have the character yelling "strike" when you hit that. But also the idea that it is very comedic, and there was a connection of sorts with Don Bluth for the setup of that game.
I think I'm going to ignore the Gobbo this time.
Yeah, smart move. And it definitely is pretty interesting, I guess, as far as some of the stuff, and even like some of the last couple games. I mentioned Malice being one of those. But also fine. They made the game based on Catwoman, the movie from 20 years ago. Even to the point where I guess maybe they knew the idea that people would want the sexy look of Halle Berry in that movie, and also from the game, because there's an idle animation, just sits there, like, licking her claws in the Catwoman outfit if you just leave the game idle. So, like, yeah, we kind of knew this way. Or I think Roger Ebert said about that movie, which is... You ever see that movie, Catwoman?
I haven't.
It's a trip for all the wrong reasons. Roger Ebert, I think, had the best review of it, saying, there are 3 good things in it. Halle Berry's face, Halle Berry's body, and Halle Berry's costumes. Those are first rate. Everything else in the movie is unbelievably bad. And it is unbelievably bad, but it also is... If you want to have a movie to laugh at, it's a great movie to laugh at, but they did make a game based on that. Oh!
A treasure room, essentially.
Treasure room with Gobbos, 4 lives, gem door, feasibly all the gems in? Well, I don't know if the gems are locked behind the games you can play. There's one. Okay, no, they're not. They're in here. So in this case, assuming you don't miss the first one, you probably can't, miss these. Okay, so this is the easy way to going to through the gem door. This is one way to do it.
Yeah, I would say it's definitely not as fast as just going back to the one level. What was it, Leap of Faith?
Oh, for getting the lives.
Yeah.
But as far as the thing with the gems, absolutely is one of the easiest. Actually,
Yeah.
I think it is the easiest so far. So we'll see. Fine, I guess we like Dungeon Deep Frights. I guess you do as well.
Yeah, but I mean,
because we'll see what
for grinding lives though.
Okay, so yeah, the exit's right there. But what do they have inside? Amy's in the dark. Okay, so it's like a maze.
It seems like it.
Okay. There's him again. There's a key. Yeah, this is very interesting. This kind of took me off guard, I'm not gonna lie. I like that. You killed him as he was shooting off in another direction, so yeah, his aim was bad. There you go.
So, a little bit of a maze, but actually a fairly easy bonus area.
Yeah. And not a bad level as far as it. I guess we'll see as far as how the mini-boss turns out, but yeah, good job.
Yeah. I'm glad I kept going back to the stage.
Yeah, I figured we would have too. I'll be honest.
Yeah. I mean, you can make it as easy or as difficult as you want it.
Sure.
Because you can skip the minigames.
Okay, so next up is going to be Fosley's Freaky Donuts.
And now we're saving before
Sounds
the
good,
minigames.
yeah. Because you got everything you needed out of that. So yeah, Fosley, I guess, is... As far as the story on this, I don't think I saw anything saying that, hey, he's like the right-hand man of Baron Dante, but I'm going to assume he is because, fine, we're going to fight Baron Dante at the end of this, unless it's like a plot twist and realize, wait, he wasn't the real villain all the time. I don't know. I doubt that's the case, but we'll see. I'm going to assume we're going to have to go fight Dante. Fine, Dante is part of the Dantinis, that's the idea. He's the leader of them, so that makes sense. As far as what that is. So yeah, we'll see what we're going to get into next, and looking forward to seeing it. Did you save it?
I believe I did.
Okay. That's fine. It's like, hey, you got tons of lives. There's no reason not to save.
Easy way to check.
Yeah,
There we
4B1,
go.
there you go. Okay. So, because it does show you your level progress. So yeah, we're at the boss, or the mini-boss
Well,
here.
it shows you which level you saved at.
Okay, perfect. So let's see what Fosley's Freaky Donut's gonna be like.
So actually, if we go back into the save
Okay.
game for just a sec.
Sure, go ahead.
Cartridge, if we go to view, that's saved at the level that I was grinding lives at.
Right.
But that was after I had reached 4-1.
Gotcha. Okay.
So, so yeah, it saves at, it records the level you saved at.
Okay.
Which, maybe not the greatest idea there, but...
I mean, it's
because you
either
can-
way.
Because you can scroll to any level that you want.
Sure. I mean,
But-
maybe reminding you where were you last. Actually, that's a detail I did not know until we actually saw that now. Right, let's see. What's Fosley gonna be about? And what's this about his Freaky Donut and the balloon? I guess we'll find out.
Yep.
Alright, so yeah, he looks like a little boy with a balloon. There's Dante there. Now he's an extra balloon. Now, what's that thing on the side of his belt? It looks like it's something with eyes. It's not a Gobbo. But either way, we're gonna see what's going on with him. Alright, so we're going to church.
Okay. Croc is getting caught on scenery.
Okay.
Well, Croc is getting caught on scenery and the camera...
Oh, and that's collapsing.
Croc is getting caught on scenery and the camera is being a pain.
Sure. Okay, I didn't know that collapsed. Alright, fine. I guess you gotta run. Okay, but it comes back. Okay, so they're returning platforms, but find the enemies and come back. There's a life. Yeah, I'm getting the sense there's a lot of slowdown here, am I right?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. You just keep telling yourself it could be race driving on Super Nintendo. Hell, it could be Congo on this console. That's the way worse case as far as frame rate than Croc is.
I am going to just check. Okay. Wait, get in there.
Yeah, like, yeah, you gotta get away before we get shot, but we'll be fine. Okay, so I think I have an idea what we're gonna do here.
Oh, shit.
Okay, okay, I like seeing the fact you're climbing up onto thin air to start. go.
The camera is still my biggest complaint about Croc.
Alright, so here is, what's the name of this guy again? I have the word as far as his name is, Bosley. So he's got 3 balloons instead of, fine, I guess he did have 3 balloons, we just didn't see the green one cutscene. Alright, so yeah, I've got to see what we're gonna do him. Okay, it looks like it's dynamite. Is it? I do the dynamite, but doesn't... I don't know if it's actually exploding on contact. Oh, it is, okay. So I heard the fuse. Okay, so I think that's how you do it.
Seems like it.
And I guess the big donut makes sense because of this area. And there you go, you got him. He fell into the donut. Okay, it's like Big Donut from Mario Kart 64, so not bad.
Kind of beat him by accident, honestly.
But he's like, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I got my nice red balloon back, so I'm gonna be off there. Yeah, but like, yeah, feasibly told him like one more step and the red balloon becomes the dead balloon. But we got him. Good job. Or fine, Nocturne got him as it was.
That was one of the least offensive boss or mini-boss stages in the game so far.
Well, that and also was the one they swapped last time. That was, let me get the name of him. Cactus Jack.
Yeah, but I mean, that was probably one of the easiest mini-boss stages in the game so far.
Right. I mean, hey, it's better than Neptuna. Fine, I guess feasibly as far as difficulty, Neptuna probably should have been here. I guess if you think of that.
Neptuna should have been the boss of that area. And what was his name? The actual boss of the area should have been the mini boss. Yeah.
Right. And I did put it as far as you requested the thumbnail saying like, yeah, they're swapped. As you're going to Ballistic Meg's Fairway, which fine. I'm thinking that. I'm thinking, well, when I think of Fairway, I'm thinking golf. But, and who's Ballistic Meg? I guess we'll see what Ballistic Meg has in store. Yeah, so far, I think you're going through this basically with not much issue.
Yeah. I think to an extent, I've just been internalizing the game a lot.
I think so, yeah. And you've been practicing for the life grind, so I think that helps as far as understanding the controls, too.
Well, I mean, the life grinding was really the only thing I did before you arrived.
Sure, but that being said, the case you still have to practice how, landing on the platforms are going, so it is still understanding the feel of how Croc controls. Let's see. What's Ballistic Meg's Fairway gonna look like? Fine, we're in the castle, so yeah, what that's gonna be like.
So yeah, let's get into the stage.
Okay. Okay, so we have spinning. Oh my.
What was that fast thing in the?
Yeah. Oh, he's like a fire dash. Okay, he's a fire dashing. Uh-oh. Okay, so yeah, he looks like a mixture of, I don't know, like a fire thing come to life. I'm thinking a little bit of Land of Illusion on Game Gear, where it's like, hey, you have those fire things that come to life. Mixed with the Jinjo from Banjo-Kazooie, mixed with Missplosion Man. Yeah. It's like, yeah, it's fine. It's the same case as far as the, the color, as far as the pink. But in this case, I guess in this case, yeah, you're looking at that, like, yeah, just know which squares he's going and just stay away from.
Yeah, it looks like the squares along the outside, along the sides of the path are safe, except for where it narrows down there.
Well, we'll see when he gets over there. I guess he's going to be shooting out the fire every time he dashes. But fine, from this distance we couldn't see it when he's over at that end.
But yeah, he doesn't... he moves in a fixed pattern and doesn't seem to react at all to Croc.
Okay. Yeah, I'm running my laps here and getting blazing fast time.
Yeah, so he is more of a stage hazard as far as I can tell, rather than an actual enemy.
Sure.
I don't know whether I can hurt him, but but it honestly seems safer to just avoid him.
Right.
To be perfectly honest.
No, I can see that. Yeah, he's getting a little tired when he does the dash.
But yeah, next time he arrives at this spot, I'm gonna move.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, perfect timing.
And there's a Gobbo. I'm going to wait for him to go through another cycle and arrive at this spot from the direction of the switch.
Yes, sounds smart.
Okay. These don't seem to be on a timer.
Well, oh wait, okay, they're not. I think he's hitting the button though.
No, he's not.
Okay.
They rotate each time I hit the button.
Oh, okay.
But they don't automatically switch. But they don't automatically switch.
Right, because I don't think, in the case we've seen enemies that have buttons next to them, we haven't seen them ever hit them, have we?
No, I don't think we have.
Yeah, I don't think so. Even, like, the guy at the end of Tower Power, I don't think he was actually hitting them. He kept, like, seemed like he's trying to, but he kept missing. Actually, wait, fine. That's the name of the enemy, so fine. So as far as, and I get where the level's called. Fine, that's Ballistic Meg, so that's who it is. Fine, I guess, so it's a she, I guess, as far as who this is. Making laps around the area and getting on fire. I usually wish we had that on camera as far as the jump she made as far as when Meg got over here. I finally gotta call her right, Ballistic Meg. Yeah, Ballistic Meg only stays on the ground, so in that case, yeah, you're safe.
In different ways, I want to say all of the stages from the second half of World 2 through this point in the game have had their own significant levels of difficulty.
Yeah, I think so. It just seems this one's been, it was right at the beginning of it.
Yeah.
To a certain extent.
Yeah, 4-1 was disproportionately difficult compared to 4-2. We're not counting 4-3 because that was a mini game.
That's the easiest. Actually, that might be the easiest level. Well, okay, fine. I don't know if it's the easiest level in the entire game, but it is something that you don't have to worry about platforming that much until... No, you don't have to worry about platforming at all. You don't have to worry really about missing the colored gems. Or I guess feasibly missing the goblets. I think you got all the goblets in that level, I think.
No,
Or no, we didn't?
I didn't. properly beat some of the mini games.
So fine, the mini games are where you get the Gobbos, but everything else seems like it's pretty easy to get a hold of.
I'm certain that I didn't get all the Gobbos in this stage.
Okay. You mean this one?
No, in the mini game stage.
Okay. Yeah, what was that over there? It looked like that was, I don't know, what...
It looks like it's probably part of the stage, but
yeah,
I'm not sure how to reach it.
I don't know, it looks like I don't know, a street lamp or a tree or something?
Yeah, it looks like maybe some... Could be either.
Okay, we'll see if, like, hey, there's someone we can get over there. Or if that's where to go. Because one thing I've gotten the sense of this game, it seems like everything here, there's feasibly sort of reason for it to be here.
Mm-hmm.
I just like the animation as far as how that's going. So actually, it's nice seeing that as far as all the enemies, too. Alright, so there's the key.
I'm probably doing this stage the very slow way, but...
Well, I don't know, I mean...
but it also just feels like a very safe way to do it.
But I think we've realized, it seems like you've realized, looking at this game, I don't think you can really play this game like Sonic the Hedgehog to a certain extent. I think you have to be more deliberate. I think that's the smart way. So, okay, so there's a key for cage for Gobbo. There's the door we came in. And then where's the other one?
We have both keys.
Well, where's the other thing we have to put that key in?
In the previous room. I'm just looking for a safe way down. So,
well, fine, it is a safe way down because we have all the keys. We don't have to worry about getting them again.
Yep.
You're not gonna get the Gobbo here?
Oh, right, there, Gobbo.
I wasn't sure. I was like, hey, you want to get the Gobbo now or not?
I was going to, then I kind of forgot.
Okay.
Whoops. After I went through the trouble of getting the key, too.
Actually, there you go. Good job. Actually, yeah, I didn't notice there was a key door in here, so you have a good eye on this.
Yeah. It's right there.
What was on the right side over there?
Nothing to the right, it's just the,
Oh, nothing. Okay.
I'm going to...
Just gems over there, basically.
I bet one of them is a colored gem, though.
Okay.
So...
Yeah, it is. I can sort of see the yellow in it. Oh no,
It was
green.
red.
Oh, red?
Or I think it was red.
I looked back in the video just to see what color that was.
I'm not completely sure, but it was definitely going to be a colored gem.
Alright, good job getting it. And good job also looking at that and realizing at this point, okay, now I know where the colored gems are because they hide them between this. Fine, they've done that since the start of the game. Especially now, you just look at it instinctively, like, there's a colored gem there.
Without having ever seen the stage before.
Yeah, exactly.
These things again.
Yeah, although question is also, how's the frame rate gonna hold up here?
We can hope that it'll hold up okay. This room could be a nightmare.
Okay.
It's either going to be a nightmare or it's going to be fine, and there's not going to be any in between.
I think it's really gonna depend on the frame rate, really. But fine, it seems like... Okay, well, what are you feeling on frame rate so far?
A little slow, but not horrible.
Okay. Oh, I see.
Like, it's a little slow, but not horrible.
Okay. I'm seeing, okay, how this is gonna work now. If he's in here, you feasibly can kill this thing, I think. In fact, that makes it a lot easier then.
Yep. But this,
Yeah.
but patience is really the name of the game here.
Mm-hmm.
At least, I think it is.
I agree. I mean, I think that's the name of the game, period, it seems like, to
Yeah.
a certain degree.
Croc learns patience.
Pretty much, yeah. Fine, he's determined. I think that's the idea as far as Croc as a character, is what we've seen so far. They do the great music here. I do love the castle music.
Yeah. Not the cleanest, but I'll take it.
Yeah.
I missed a gem, but I don't feel like turning around.
Fine, there's the yellow one.
This is probably a Gobbo.
Yep. Okay, not bad.
I'm definitely learning the game's patterns.
Clearly, yeah.
Hi! Whoa!
I was say, yeah, there's Meg running right into us.
Well, you can see why I was not moving initially.
Right.
I was like, okay, what trick is going to happen here?
Mm-hmm. Can you kill?
I haven't tried.
Okay.
Either that was either a failed attack or she can't be hurt.
Okay.
I think she's immune.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
I think she's literally a stage hazard.
Which makes sense. Thank you. Yeah, she's stopping short, so I was like, yeah, at that point, they can go.
And, I mean, we got a gem back, so it was worth the
check.
Oh, that looks like fun.
I was gonna say,
I mean, honestly, it's probably not as bad as it looks from a distance.
So far, I guess there's been the idea of Castle Zone so far. I know, yeah, I think that's the end of the level, because there's the collect gem
And
door.
there's the gem.
Alright, awesome. Okay, except now the game's slowing down maybe worse than Tower Power.
It's still not bad,
Okay.
because the balls seem to slow down the same as the frame rate.
Which is different than what we had on Tower Power, so that's good. And she knows because she's playing this as far as what that feel really is. I was just saying, it looks like it's chugging, but it's like, yeah, based on feels. Like, it was really bad, she say, so like we did last time, or she did last time.
Alright, so that's her pattern on that platform.
Uh-huh.
I'm just going to chill here. Which, haha, chill when she is fire themed.
Yeah, good call on that. Also say, yeah, hi Meg, how you doing? She's like, wait, I should be running into you. Fine, or maybe she shouldn't. Maybe she's just like, I'm just doing my run. Like, yeah, you're just feasibly in the way. Oh.
Okay, that was a miss motion on my part. That was a wrong input.
Right.
Whoop. Okay, another wrong input. But player error.
Yeah,
not,
so far going all right.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely player error right now. Okay, not sure how I didn't get hit there, but I'll take it. I'll break it anyway.
There's like a butterflies coming out of that
Yeah,
box.
I think the butterflies appear when you access something that you've already collected on that run.
Okay, actually I did not notice that until right now. I guess that makes sense as far as it...
Now, in combination with the spike balls, she does complicate things for this jump.
Yeah, especially when she appears like right in front of you. But yeah, you're in a safe spot now.
And that's mainly because I have to adjust my trajectory after the first jump.
Right.
But this shouldn't be difficult. I really don't think this is going to be tough.
Okay.
I'm just gonna wait for her to come by again. Alright. Okay, I did get hit, but it's not instant death.
Okay, yeah, because I don't think we knew if it was instant death. Did we find out if it was last time? But either way, we find it's not instant death. Point is that it's not instant death.
And now we have another, river of rafts.
Okay.
Okay. This doesn't actually look too bad at all.
No, not really.
Especially since her patterns are consistent and predictable.
Yep.
Like, extremely predictable as a result.
Just go around the box.
It basically means that the box and the area under the box is a very safe place to be. Whoop. I do need to keep my, I do need to make sure I actually jump successfully from one platform to the next.
It seems a little tight though. Am I getting that sense?
That's a separate issue.
Okay, I was gonna say it seems like maybe it was a little tighter of a jump than some of the other ones. Seems like you can just make that.
Yeah, I do think it's a little bit tighter, but not quite to the extent that you're seeing.
Mm-hmm. Or not. I know not a case where it's gonna be fine. It's probably tighter than it has at any other point in this game for these things, but not as bad as you would think with that.
I'm not getting the sense of it being, like, pixel perfect tight or any sense or anything. Oops. Okay, that was player error. But, yeah. I'm not getting the sense of it requiring pixel perfect gameplay.
I think it's probably just to keep running and then jump to the end of it. There you go.
And then use jumps to position nicely. I had a feeling that was just going to be gems.
Actually, can you make that from here?
I don't think I can. Okay. I think it's probably safer to actually use the platform.
Yeah, probably so.
The moving platforms. Even though they're a bit of a pain to navigate. Although, with 212 pause screen lives, I think it's worth one or two attempts.
Okay. Oh, you can just make it. So fine, that maybe is pixel perfect. In the sense that, hey, you can't quite get all the way, but you at least grab on the side.
Yeah, that was definitely very precise.
Okay, there you go. As far as that one...
Okay. Right. Okay, I screwed up. But this time, since I think I got the Gobbo that was in the box. So, I just need to make my way to the goal now.
Pretty much, yeah.
So, that's just...
Nice.
That's just platforming on the rafts. Which, while a pain, is not unbearable. Might take a few attempts, but it's going to happen.
Yeah, I think we'll be fine.
I mean, I'm no speedrunner. Especially not on a game I haven't played before.
Yeah, actually, to that, I'm trying to get a sense. Have you ever done yourself personally speedrunning of anything?
Not really a proper speedrun. I mean, I use some speedrunning strategies in certain games just to get through sections faster when it's just kind of a boring section and I want to get through it fast.
What's an example of one like that?
I can't think of any off the top of my head. I just kind of do it automatically.
Right. The only reason I'm also mentioning because we did talk about this a couple weeks ago when we played Sonic Mania again, because that did come up as far as like what's a speedrun strategy, and the things I found out as far as what you can really do with that game, kind of made me realize, oh wait, I have to do this. In fact, actually, when I got to the Knuckles part, I did blind speedrun it as it was. I said, how fast can I go through this without knowing feasibly a lot of the tricks for it, and see how that went. It actually didn't go badly as far as what it was, but it's also something that, fine, I'm then realizing, hey, how do I cut corners on things to get my times down, understanding how my jumping perspective is since I'm doing these Knuckles, how's that going to change things as far as my paths through, or I have to adjust my jumps because there's a lot of jumping height. So in that case, actually, it was actually pretty fun to do that. And fine, you were a witness to one of them, when I did it for the Mickey Mouse section of World of Illusion.
I don't know if attacking midair actually extends the jump or not,
right.
But it seems to be.
Yeah, it might be worth using. That might be a speedrun strategy on this game, for all I know.
At the very least, it makes it a little bit easier.
Mm-hmm.
Or seems to.
That was right.
I had poor camera alignment, and I tried to rush.
Right.
I think it does extend.
Okay, yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
Whoop. But I misaligned that last jump. But I think it does slightly extend the jump.
It looks like it.
This is not easy at all. But I'm actually having a lot of fun. It's just...
But there you go, you got it. Good job.
Ding!
Good job.
Then again, with video games, if things are too easy, I don't have fun.
Well, I mean, it depends on what it is. What would you say is something like that?
I mean, if I'm playing a video game for a challenge...
Oh, okay.
And things are too easy, I'm not gonna have fun with the game because I want to have a challenge.
Right. What about a game? I guess that is challenging, but you know it so well. Then, like, I don't know, a Mega Man game of some sort. One where you know it so well.
Mega Man 0.
0. That's an example. And that game's insanely hard.
Yeah, and I have done no Cyber Elf runs of that thing.
Jesus Christ. I guess that means you gotta call dibs when we get to that, am I right?
That was back in college.
Okay.
But, I imagine I could probably get back to that point.
Question.
I haven't played it in a long time.
This is gonna be a random thing, but when you and I met in 2007, and I first saw her actually sitting at a table playing that game, on our Game Boy Advance SP. Were you trying to do that when I met you? Is that what? Do you remember if that was the case?
I do remember that I was working on a no Cyber Elf upgrade run at Copy X.
So at that
So
case,
basically,
yes, you were.
I think that was my run where I actually did a no Cyber Elf run.
Really? Okay, okay, there you go. So I was like right there. I didn't know. I think when I asked you at that time, it was like you're playing. It's like, oh god, I love this game, but it was also something I didn't know actually you were doing that. So there you go.
Yeah, but the reason I was having so much difficulty, I had no sub-tanks because sub-tanks only come from Cyber Elves in Mega Man 01.
Right.
I had no health upgrades because, you guessed it, Cyber Elves required.
Mm-hmm.
I was not using any Cyber Elves that could restore health directly.
Mm-hmm.
Because no Cyber Elf run.
Also, I guess your Cyber Elves increase your health bar.
Oh, that's one of the potential effects that Cyber Elves can have. Yes.
Yeah, can't do that.
So basically, there are no heart tanks or sub tanks placed on any of the stages. You have to use the Cyber Elves to get them.
Mm-hmm.
They changed that a little bit in the later games.
Right.
But I think there was still usually at least one sub tank locked behind a Cyber Elf and at least one or two health upgrades.
Okay.
I think Darth Locutus knows that a bit better than I do, actually. So
yeah, if you know.
If you know, could you specify?
Yeah, if not, we'll have an edit indicating that. And at some point we will do those games. I have it and she has it on Game Boy Advance itself. There's also the Mega Man Zero ZX collection that has all of them. Fine, that's how we're showing off ZX and ZX Advent because otherwise I'd have to mod 3DS. I have to go to Swipe Swiftly's Wicked Ride.
But yeah, I know the lore for the Zero series much better than I know the games.
Uh-huh. Except Zero, apparently.
Well, 01 I know fairly well.
Mm-hmm.
But 02 through 4, I actually know the lore a lot better than I do the games themselves.
Okay. And I've only played the first one, but I do have the collection that has the other ones. Or fine, I think I might have briefly played them when I got the collection, but my experience mostly with those is 0 or 1 and then ZX.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I've played through all of them at least 2 or 3 times each.
Sure.
But the first one, because I actually owned it for a long time, I played through that so many times, and I know it fairly well.
You get that game when it came out?
I actually got it used. I think someone may have given me their copy at some point.
Okay, yeah, because it was 2002. I got this as a Christmas gift for 01.
Yeah, I know I didn't get it new.
Okay.
Which I wish I had because I may still have the game case in that case.
Oh yeah, I get that.
The game box,
yeah.
Which would be cool to have on a shelf.
Oh yeah, no question.
I doubt that it's terribly valuable, complete.
It's a Mega Man game, so you never know.
The Zero Series games individually are not generally terribly valuable.
Isn't there one that is?
Used to be.
What was that one?
I think it might have been 4. It was either 3 or 4.
Okay. Yeah, fine. You're all talking complete here. I'm seeing like $140 something. I'm seeing a few that are like 90, 100 for the firsts.
Yeah.
As far as what I'm seeing.
Yeah. I mean, it's still not terribly valuable.
But it's not as expensive as I guess some of the ones on DS.
Yeah.
Specifically, I guess the Star Force games, which I guess the question of those getting re-released.
Yeah. The 2 versions of Star Force 3 are prohibitively expensive.
Yeah, until they do a collection, which fine. They're going to do it eventually because the Battle Network one did so well, I guarantee you. Yeah.
Although
it's only a matter of time.
Star Force was never as popular by any stretch as EXE.
That being said, I think here's the thing. We're getting a Capcom collection in a couple weeks. That's the Ace Attorney Investigations Chronicles collection that's out on September 6th.
I mean, I would still...
I think they're going to be doing one.
I mean, I would still bet that there's going to be a collection at some point.
There will be. I think that's the next one, probably.
But at the same time, it may be something that takes a while to come out.
I mean, I guess the question is, because fine, technologically speaking, we're going to go to Swipe Swiftly, see what his Wicked Rise is going to be all about. But they already figured the tech about how to do DS on a console. Fine, they've done that a couple times, because, fine, we have the Ace Attorney Investigation Chronicles that's out in a few weeks. Those are DS games. There's Mega Man Zero, or the Mega Man Zero ZX collection, ZX and ZX7 are DS games. And there's one of the Phoenix Wright collections they did that were based on DS games. I think one of them was porting some 3DS games that you can no longer get. And yeah, oh wait, you're supposed to fall. All right, fight. You get sliced. Okay, so you have pirate. So you know how a lot of the beat 'em up games you have like the elevator sequence. You have the elevator sequence here. I guess. Yeah, I guess you gotta take.
I was trying to get to the other platform.
Fair enough.
I just want to see if it's possible.
Okay.
I'm not actually trying to progress the stage at the moment.
Yeah, it seems like maybe not.
Seems like there's an invisible wall before that.
Okay.
But I'm going to make one. Yeah, it's either impossible to get to, like farther away than it looks, or there's an invisible wall, and I think there's an invisible wall.
Okay. Alright, so yeah, like I was saying, with the beat 'em ups, you have the elevator sequences where the enemies are just gonna appear on the elevators. It's like, alright, fine. Get to fighting the, yeah, you're in, unlike something like Streets of Rage, you're in much closer quarters.
And with a terrible camera angle.
And I guess you can't, can you, like, do the, over-the-head camera here to make it easier to see? Oh, sort of.
Well,
and they do, going back to the Banjo-Kazooie thing again, they do that aha thing, almost similar to how the enemies in Rusty Bucket Bay did. Ow.
I don't like this level.
You're gonna have to kill these things, though. I mean, not bad as long as you get out of the way of their slice, but then it's also something that, yeah, they're kind of blindsided because you have a... Okay.
That one landed on top of me.
I would say the other ones, versus, like, I thought you got sliced by the one, but you didn't. Oh, okay, wait a second, you died before... I don't know if you fell or died, or if you fell or got killed by a swipe. It looked like it was kind of the latter.
I attacked. I don't like this stage at all.
We have 194 lives to go through on it. Or no, 92, I should say.
It landed on top of me. usual attack while jumping strategy is not working.
What about pounding them?
I think that would leave me too vulnerable. Just because of the time it takes to get back up.
Right.
Or maybe maybe this will work. Thanks.
Sure. I didn't look up to see, like, this is how you're supposed to do it. Fine, it's either one of those ways. You either jump and tail swipe, or you do that. But I know it's weird because of the way the camera is, because you're basically looking downwards as you're falling. And you have to... Oh, no. What happened? Oh, you made it. Did you make it?
Looks like it.
You heard him yell, though.
Yeah?
I was like, I thought he died.
Same here.
Unless maybe that's supposed to be happening. Either way, okay, you're at the end of the wild ride. For now. Yeah, hopefully... Fine. I know I'm not going to say you should be grateful after what Nocturne said to do, but of course the Gobbos are grateful. I know that. Okay, so that was that.
Alright.
Yeah, now classic platform challenges.
I am hesitant to trust these at the peak of their rise. Because I don't know whether there's going to be crushy death up there.
Right. It's weird. Have we had crushing in this game at all yet?
I think there might have been one or two spots.
Okay. Either way, yeah, this seems like probably the way to go.
Oh. Okay. Actually, it is safe.
Okay, safe, good.
It is safe. I was not expecting that.
Yeah, you might think. So fair enough to think, hey, you know, I could be crushed if I do this. Given what this game is feasibly going to be doing, that's a fair thought to say.
It would not be out of character for this game to have something blindside you like that.
Sure.
I think...
You make that jump?
Yeah, I think we can jump.
Okay.
It's not like we don't have plenty of lives.
It's not like you have to go back and fight,
Well, okay, that may be impossible.
I would say you don't have to go back and fight, Swipe Swiftly. Also interesting that, yeah, it seems, from what I'm understanding, I think even the next two levels are like this, that they're naming them after specific enemies you're fighting. It's like, yeah, so they're creating the character that way. But they're not boss levels, exactly.
Oh, okay.
What's up? Oh, that's one way to get there. Alright. Oh, wait. Oh, it's going up again, too. Wait. Oh, no, it's not. Never mind. It was like an optical illusion.
You know, I kind of like this. I kind of like this room.
Yeah, yeah, talk about it.
Once I was able to establish that this room is not, in fact, going to kill me horribly by staying on a platform. Whoop.
Okay, we have to go this way, so fine, alright.
This is bad.
Actually, yeah, I just realized something else. I'll mention it in a bit. And that is when you do the pound like that, when you're recovering from it, you have invincibility frames.
Yeah.
I just noticed that, so I was like, okay,
Yeah,
that's great.
I just noticed it myself.
Okay.
Okay, these are... those... I think those are holes.
I was gonna say, yeah, probably avoid that. I guess that or the game is not...
I'm not chancing it.
Fair enough, don't chance it. No problem with not chancing that.
No. Wait, yeah, I am not taking that chance. Which I think is perfectly fair.
Yeah, smart. Okay, oh, that's moving. Again, the optical illusion, I like that. That's something I find kind of interesting. It's the case that, fine, I thought you were moving, or fine, that a platform you're standing on is moving. It's like, no, it's not. It's the next one. It's something that's not going to be so shocking that you get a sense that, wait, I'm on a platform they're going to die from if I don't move. Yeah, did you want to talk about the last room before you went and fell down again?
Okay, there are enemies over there. Okay, I seem to be safe here. What was your question?
Yeah, going back to the last room because, yeah, Swipe Swiftly kind of got in the way, saying, hey, I like the last room because why? And then he got in the way, so now you can explain why you like the last room.
Right, that. I liked the last room just because, it was, I saw it as more of a psychological challenge within the game. Especially as a gamer, it was a psychological challenge.
That you don't expect maybe out of a game like this?
Right.
Okay. I guess you mean because it made you have to think, what, spatially about what's going on?
No, more like, as a gamer, knowing what patterns games tend to have, and then that room totally screwed with that expectation of there being crushy death at the top.
Okay, so that being it kind of twisted your expectation what's going to be there. Yeah, it's true, it did, because at first it was saying, this is going to crush me. I said, maybe, I don't know, because remember, neither of us have played ahead on this. Neither of us know what's coming. So at that point, we're both seeing this game fresh.
Well, that's what I wanted to accomplish. Getting those 3 gems so I don't need to worry about collecting them as I approach the enemy. Okay. Oh.
There you go, that worked.
Not how I was expecting to beat it, but I'll take it.
Mm. thankfully that's not going to be too bad. Getting over there.
As long as there's no funny business with these platforms.
Yeah, so far it seems like it's pretty fine.
I still wanted to make as much progress in the air as possible.
Sure, yeah.
Because with the way this level has been...
I thought you'd be falling.
Well,
Yeah, there was something that like make you fall right in front of the door.
okay. Let's turn around. Okay. So there are things I need to get here. Okay. Now we can turn back around.
Now they're going sideways.
Sideways is still better visibility.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the nervous part there, fine. We both know what it is. It's him.
Yeah. And I think that whole look might just be something funny with the textures.
Probably,
Yeah. It's just a funny thing going on with the textures.
Yeah, so Croc is walking on an empty area. Fine. Well, it looks like an empty area, but no, it's actually there, so don't worry. Ooh, nice.
I'm not gonna bother getting all the gems on the sideways moving platforms. It wouldn't surprise me if one of those is a colored gem, but I don't feel like going after it right now.
Okay.
Mainly because of the enemy.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, so door is over there. I just need to ride these platforms. And it doesn't look like there's going to be anything funny going on with these platforms.
Yeah, not that I'm seeing.
So I feel like I can pretty safely go after the gems that are right here.
Mm-hmm.
At least, that's the impression I'm getting.
Yeah, that's what I think we're seeing now. Fine, the only... Oh, okay, there's one of the color gems right there. The only funny business we're seeing there is with the textures, but we know we can just walk over them.
Yeah, well, now we know.
Okay, so yeah, we're getting closer to the end of this.
Let's get a bit more platform in front of me.
Yeah, 'cause the
Okay,
end's right
yeah,
there.
this is the end. I mean, I don't have all the gems anyway, but so unless one of these is the colored gem,
Right.
and I will give that a chance. This is a new room, so if I die, I'll just start from right here.
Sure.
I think the gem is either going to be one of these right here or the box that guy's guarding.
Okay, or wait, how many Gobbos do you get here? 4.
I only have 4. The box.
Oh wait, they usually put the Gobbo in the gem room.
Yeah, there could be a Gobbo in the box.
There's a little more gems over there. It seems like.
Yeah, like there could be colored gems hidden among any of these gems that are on the sideways moving platforms.
Sure.
I think I'm actually relatively safe from the enemy because of the way the platforms are moving.
Probably, yeah.
So I'm gonna focus more on getting the gems and less on managing the enemy.
Okay.
At least that seems like a reasonable approach.
Yeah, it seems like you're right. There we go, that's it.
There's the gem. I'm going to go back here to realign myself so I don't need to pay attention to gems.
Perfect.
That actually worked out really well, so I'll take it. Oops.
I hit in the face, but yeah, you got 1.
And I only need 1. There's a Gobbo. Okay. Come here.
Oh, I see. That platform is kind of clipping into that other one, or fine, into the
Slightly, yeah.
right there.
It's still funny business going on with textures.
Alright, I'll see if I can find out if the PlayStation game does that. Alright, here we go again. So now, what?
I just kind of fell off. Oh, I see.
Oh. That's why, okay.
I have no idea where I'm...
Probably turn around, I guess, and see where can you go. Oh, right there.
Okay.
Oh, it pops up in sequence.
Oh, okay. I see what's going on here. I don't particularly like this because of how weird the camera is, but I think it's doable.
Yeah, especially when they as you do turns.
I was trying to salvage it by jumping backwards. It did not work. I need to get his position really precise. Okay, so I need to turn right again. This is just going to be trial and error, I think.
Pretty much, yeah.
That's the impression I get.
It seems like also maybe it's rule 3s. Is it? Well, let's see. Hang on. There's that one. There's that one.
It's moving in 2s.
So there you go.
So far.
Yeah. So yeah, you can jump on 2 and it's gonna change direction. Okay, fine. That one. That changed direction right away.
That was a fake out. That was
Okay.
that changed immediately.
Okay.
I had a feeling that it would, so I was partially prepared to jump to the side, but I didn't react quickly enough. Not fast enough. Almost, though. Okay. Now let's go. Well, I mean, I'm learning every single time.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess it's something that seems like just is happening with this game anyway. Even before now.
Almost. Not doing too badly, though.
Right.
Like, this is encouraging, honestly. This is just memorizing a pattern. Oops, I did not. I forgot where I was in the pattern. Whoops.
I think eventually also it seems like when it's just starting to give you just one, I think it's basically just switch between left and right, it seems like, between all of those.
It could be.
That's what it was on the ones you were missing, or missing later on when it just did the one.
And it does seem to come at a pretty steady pace. Although I could be eating those words toward the end of this pattern.
So far.
Well, I was too close to the edge.
Yes, you basically have to stay right in the center. You're right. You
Yeah.
have to be insanely precise. Almost. That would have been cool if you could have made that.
I could have salvaged that
Sure,
one if
yeah.
I had jumped.
Just alternate at this
Yep.
point. Right, left, right, left. Or fine, straight ahead at that point.
Okay. Then it goes straight.
Yeah, but you're almost there.
Yeah. It won't be much longer. That's for certain.
That's fine.
I mean, honestly, I'm pretty happy right now.
Yeah, I know.
Because I see progress with almost every attempt.
Well, it's like what we talked about last week with Outrun, which was, we're talking that's a case of me going through that game. It seems like every time I play it, I seem to get further and further, even before I turned up the time to show off all the goals. But it was one of those things, eventually I said, let me just play this again with just the default difficulty. And I got pretty far, actually. I almost got to the last leg of the run I was doing, as far as doing the swap of paths.
Oh, I turned too early.
So I think if nothing else, I'm getting the sense this is a game like that too, where it seems like, as difficult as it gets, it seems like you always can make a lot of progress as you keep going.
Yeah, like, aside from the specific things we've noted along the way, I feel like this game is actually decently fair with its difficulty.
I'd agree with that.
Maybe not perfectly fair, but games of its time weren't always.
Mm-hmm. No,
Games of its time and earlier, for sure.
Sure, no, I get that.
But this one actually feels relatively fair.
No, I'd agree with that.
I will certainly give it that. I think this one's
It is
forward.
rated, yeah.
I think I was supposed to jump from...
Well, actually, there was another one that came to the right from there.
Okay.
That briefly saw.
Okay. So I tried to move a little prematurely.
Or feasibly, it was one of those things that you feasibly might have been able to make that jump, but I don't know.
Alright.
I was usually waiting for the platform just to come down, or come up right as you were making the jump.
Yeah, still, progress is progress.
Mm-hmm.
I will take it. I think that's fair to say.
Mm-hmm.
And this isn't really a type of platform you see much even in dedicated platformers.
Right.
Whether 2D or 3D.
Right.
The shrinking platform. I mean, falling platforms and platforms that break you see all the time.
Mm-hmm. Or if you do see these, you see them on water, but even then, not as much as some other stuff.
It's not nearly as common as other disappearing platform types.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think it's actually pretty interesting.
Yeah, so this game is keeping itself interesting with what's got as it goes through. Which is not an easy thing to do.
Yeah. Like, it's not playing around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's not playing around in a really nice way to see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But it's also not something that, hey, you're kind of feasibly bored because you get the sense that it's gone through its entire bag of tricks.
Yeah, like, it's not just rehashing the same things over and over in the late game levels. It's actually it's continuing to introduce new things.
Right.
And I really like that. Because they're... I feel like a lot of provisionally final levels
That's the right.
tend to just rehash what came before.
For a reason.
What?
Yeah, for a reason it does,
Yeah.
usually in those
Yeah.
games.
But this is a type of platform I don't think we've seen yet in this game.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Which I find really cool.
Yeah.
not talking about general, like, just generic stage hazards like the ball and chain that's swinging back and forth.
Yeah, still, that is a little something different, but now as far as what you're platforming on.
Yeah. Like, the second half of World 4 is really throwing a lot of curveballs.
Yeah.
And I like to see that.
And even the stuff it is taking from before, it is kind of doing it in a different way, like with the minigame stage. Because, yeah, there's some things we've seen before, but also under different contexts. Some of them, like the cauldron thing, we didn't see before.
I think we had seen the cauldron once before.
Okay, maybe we did. I know the one thing with, like, the buttons on the side, we saw that.
But this end game is really keeping things fresh.
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
Hey, straight ahead, by the way.
Yep.
Okay, so let me make sure, like, hey, if you saw that last time. And as far as this, I don't know. Okay, this way. There you go. You made it. You made it. Good job. Alright, there you go. Gobbo.
Alright. And it's just a simple platform jump to the end.
Good. Okay, I'm glad you made that, because otherwise I would have felt bad. Like, hey, you say it's a simple platform and it missed.
Oh, I would have laughed.
I don't feasibly.
I thought I would have considered that hilarious.
No, I get that. Sure.
I would have simultaneously been frustrated.
But there you go.
But that would have been funny.
No, I get that for sure. But good job as far as going through that. So that was it.
I think the bonus part of that stage took longer than the stage itself.
It did, yeah. Yeah, it did. Alright, next up is Panic at Platform Pete's Lair, and then after that is the final boss.
Yeah, but we're saving first.
Okay.
We are definitely saving first.
Yep.
I am...
Yeah, may as well.
This is going way more smoothly than I thought it would.
Really?
It's not even 10 yet, and I'm already at the stage before the final boss.
That's good, yeah.
Whereas, I think the last couple of times I struggled to get through, I struggled to get through a lot of what I did.
Sure, no, I mean, in some ways, yes, but in other ways, not. So sometimes maybe that's it, the idea of, like, hey, that's also why we do, usually speaking, month parts for games when we're running long form, because in that case we feasibly have room to breathe, unless there's cases where, you know, I'll do that. And fine, if we don't need another part of this, we end up not needing the part of this in November, I think I know what I'll do for that specifically. We'll talk about it at the end of the show, because it's actually something I'm feasibly waiting on people in my chat to give me an indication for, because it's something they asked me for, and I gotta ask them specifically how they want this handled. For one aspect, we'll get that. Next is Panic at Platform Pete's Lair. Alright, so Platform Pete, who's he?
So, just a quick note.
Yeah,
I do think, regardless of how I'm feeling, I think the best spot to break tonight will be after credits roll, or
Okay.
go into
Sure.
go into the end of tonight's stream.
Makes sense, yeah.
That just feels like it would be the best spot to
Sure.
To break, and then next time we pick up with cleanup and the bonus areas.
Okay, sounds good then. Yeah, I'm down with that, no problem. We'll see as far as how Panic at Platform Pete's Lair goes, and then also... Fine, we're gonna fight Baron Dante after that.
Yeah, and I think for a lot of the cleanup, I'm probably going to do a lot. I'm probably technically going to do a lot of that off camera.
Yeah.
But I'm going to record all of it using my own equipment.
Okay, to that actually then, I don't know if you want to talk about this now or later. How do we want to have the full show? I guess because here's the thing. Just to let everybody know out there, when she beats the game. The thing she needs to do next is she needs to go and get the rest of the Gobbos. There are 2 extra worlds to that.
Yes.
Is it the case that you want to show the extra worlds as far as an on-show?
Yeah, I think...
As opposed to what we showed, which would make sense.
Yeah, I think for the cleanup, I'm just going to record all of the cleanup footage that I get.
Okay.
And give it to you. Maybe have that be an extra, an extra, 4.5 episode.
It's that, or I can stitch it to the next part, depending on how long. The last 2 worlds end up taking.
Yeah.
So we can figure that as far as how it is.
But
that's how she's gonna do it.
Yeah, I think I think I'm probably going to do a lot of the cleanup off camera, but record it myself.
Sure, and the other thing you also feasibly can do is if it's you do the recordings of it off camera, if you want me just to take the bullet points of where everything you missed was and stitch that together, I could do that too, or I can keep the videos as they are.
Actually, heck, I might actually stream it.
If you want to, yeah.
That would make just as much sense.
Yeah, I mean, what we can, if you want to do that, we can do that, and then in that case, I will also give an indication for.
Yeah, I mean, it would be
where she'll do it.
I mean, it would be on my channel.
Oh, we'll advertise your channel. We'll get the indication of that going.
But I probably won't have a voice component.
Okay.
Although maybe we can figure out how I can get my laptop set up for that.
Sure, no problem. Yeah, absolutely. We can take a look at that.
But I just wanted to get that out there.
Okay.
I'm probably going to be doing a lot of the cleanup on my own time.
Okay. Yeah, and if you do get a case of, as far as when you do that, that's fine for it specifically. So we can get that set.
Just I feel like that'll help keep things from dragging on to a potential third stream after this.
Okay, so you're saying so then what you're saying then is that you're saying as far as maximum is going to be 2 more parts.
Yeah, I want to try to clean this up in 2 more parts.
Okay.
I don't know whether I'm going to be like without knowing what the 2 extra worlds are going to be like. I have to assume 1 world per round.
That being said, it's also something that feasibly, since you're going to feasibly be practicing that, if you want to practice those 2 worlds and see if you can do them on one show, you can do that too.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I could practice them.
Okay.
Since I guess that's right. We did decide this would be a blind run for the until the end of credits.
Right. That was on your decision.
Yeah, that was my. Yeah, I remember. Now I remember making that decision.
In that case, I'm gonna jump the gun as far as when next part is. How about September 28th? Because that maximizes the time you have.
Let's see.
Because it would either be the 21st or the 28th for the next part of this. But if that's the case,
that would be a good amount.
You want to push it out that way. So at that point, that'll be good. And then we can also after that get the next weekend. We'll be starting Halloween Fest or Halloween. Yeah. No, that's Super Gaming Brothers channel. We have a Halloween block is our way of saying it. Yeah. Maybe we can come up with a better name. The point is okay. There you go. So figured that out.
Yeah. So I know that's kind of injecting that in the middle.
It's fine. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's either way. I kind of just figured out how I wanted to do it. Fair enough, and hey, this is your game, so like, hey, you know how you want to handle this. You have the say. I said when it comes to controlling game on the show, the people have the say specifically.
Yeah. And well, I mean, you've seen what I have. It records decently enough.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, no, more than decently enough. Okay, so yeah, we can get going. So all right, 2 more levels to go. Right. This is the last main level of the game, actually, as it is Panic at Platform Pete's Lair. What do we got?
All right, let's go.
Yeah, and who is Platform Pete? That's going to be the question. All right, so there's the spike platforms again. He's hitting the hammer, so every time he has his hammer, he's flipping the spike platforms over and over.
Okay, and does his... Okay, his... that does not seem to affect my movement.
Mm-hmm.
It just affects the platforms from what it looks like.
Yeah, from what I'm seeing.
So, as far as my gameplay goes, I've got regularly alternating platforms. Like, they are alternating quite regularly.
Mm-hmm.
And a shaky camera every time they move, but it's otherwise pretty non-threatening.
Yeah, so far.
This doesn't look bad at all for the first room.
Not that I'm saying. You just keep going as far as and just time it so when he hits the hammer, just jump on the platforms that way, I think.
Well, that was my fault.
Mm-hmm.
That was entirely my fault.
Croc was just getting into the mood as far as like the he's not, pounding Pete? No, it's platform Pete. It was like, he should be pounding Pete, I guess, feasibly. Yeah, Platform Pete is the name. Fine. It's Pounding Pete. But we know the Beatles song Maxwell's Silver Hammer. Fine, it's not Silver. His name's not Maxwell, but it is a hammer.
Oh.
What?
He's hitting faster now. A little bit.
Oh, you think because you get closer to him? Do you think maybe it's a slowdown case from when you're further away? I don't know.
I think he might adjust the timing.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
I like
think
it.
it's cool, yeah.
I like it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it is to a slight degree, but notice enough that you'll notice it.
Like, enough that it would throw someone off if they weren't used to doing a lot of timing things.
Sure, yeah.
Like, if someone was expecting completely regular timing, they would be thrown off by this.
Right.
I like this mechanic a lot.
Yeah, it's cool.
I really do. Okay, you know, as difficult, well, as relatively difficult as World 4 has been,
Yeah.
I think this is my favorite part of the game so far.
The world itself?
Yeah, World 4. Favorite world in the game so far.
Because of all the ideas it has.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I'd agree with that.
The previous 3 worlds were honestly, I mean, they were well done, but they were on the standard side.
Pretty basic as far as what you expect out of a platform game.
Yeah. Well, especially a 3D Collect-a-thon platformer.
Sure.
Even if it is broken up into stages,
Right.
rather than being massive explorable areas.
Right.
Well, you know, massive as in like Banjo-Kazooie, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I really like this.
Yeah, it is cool.
I genuinely love what this game is doing.
Yeah, there's definitely some interesting things it's got, and it's something that, even as far as the castle, there are other 3D platform games that have something like that, but even then, this feels like its own thing, even more than stuff like Banjo-Kazooie being an example. Also, he's going slower here, so that's interesting. He's getting his pattern slower for the purpose of making jumps going upwards.
I think he might get faster. You see,
as you go up,
he rises and falls based on your position.
Oh, I didn't notice that. Okay, that's really cool. Okay, that's ingenious.
So, I think as we go up these platforms,
he's gonna speed up.
He's going to get really fast.
Okay.
I think it's going to be very fast by the time we reach the top.
Alright, we'll see.
It might take me a while to get through this room if I'm correct, but I think it's going to be really cool.
I think so, yeah.
I think this room is actually going to be a ton of fun to go through.
Right, I was gonna say, going back to the thing with the castle stuff, it's differentiating itself against other games like fine, I mentioned Banjo-Kazooie, or you mentioned that. Donkey Kong 64 is Creepy Castle, that's another one that's like the milieu's similar, but this seems like it has things that even some of those other games aren't doing. So I guess explains above anything else, why did Croc Legend of the Gobbos carve a niche out? Not just because, hey, it's on a console that doesn't have those games we mentioned that were all on Nintendo 64. They were not on PlayStation or Saturn.
Yeah, actually, it's a little hard to notice because the intervals are so long.
Yeah.
But he's already a little bit faster here.
Yeah. Yeah, tad maybe.
Can you see it?
A little.
Yeah, he's definitely a little faster here.
Yeah, Castle Zone gets the Nocturne and Captain D-Track seal of approval as far as we're seeing on this so far.
Yeah. My initial impression from last time was this is going to be a pain in the ass, but that turned out to be the most difficult stage so far.
Yeah. It also shows exactly your evolution of how you've been playing this game, I think, too. That growth.
Okay, he seems to be about the same pace this time.
Okay.
Which, honestly, considering how far how many times I have to jump to get up there, I guess that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, I would think so. They have to feasibly make it fair enough to get up there, but yeah, a little bit of a change you're seeing. There you go.
Like, I will definitely give a pass on that.
Okay, now this is interesting. He's kind of hitting them every so often to switch them on intervals. So the build, I like that, especially here, the build.
Oh, like, with the way this guy works, I'm honestly a little sad that this is the only level that he's going to appear in, most likely, unless there's a build-up in the final boss stage.
Or if he's in one of the secret areas, or I don't know if they bring him back for Croc 2.
Yeah, but I really like the mechanics of this stage.
Mm-hmm.
This stage is fantastic.
Yeah. Ooh, nice.
Jumped off the side. Whoops. I mistimed with that. Oh, okay. So I need to jump before he actually hits.
Okay. Which is good to know that way. Oh, looked like you fell right through that.
I feel almost like I clipped.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a picture of what happened there.
Not a great thing to have happen, but, whoops. But, honestly, still interesting.
Yeah, I'll have the picture there showing what happens.
Okay.
Fine, that was right going through.
That,
in between.
Yeah, that was going in between. But,
Actually, yeah, for this one, I'm thinking you might feasibly need to pound this way. So you jump over it and then you pound so that as soon as it finishes flipping, then you stomp on it. You are safe on the platform next. Although feasibly you can do it the other way, and you are doing it the other way, so there's that too.
I'm screwing up on the timing now, for some reason. I'm not sure why I jumped there.
Actually, wait, it looked like you were going to hit the spikes, but you went backwards, I thought. Or maybe you were just right in front of them.
I think that time I fell between. the timing there. Okay. I butt stomped by accident.
I was thinking maybe that's what you have to do going through this.
Did not jump. Whoops.
Okay, you saw that, right? It looked like... Okay, so... As it was turning, it looks like... You didn't quite hit the spikes, but it did register that you died from them. Okay, yeah, right there. It's like, yeah, you were just on the side. And so, yeah, when you were running on the side of the one, you were basically right on the edge of
Flirting
being
with death, basically.
Pretty much, yeah.
This room is sketchy, but I still kind of like it. I still actually really like it.
I'd say probably do the stomp right over this after you jump. Yeah, that, and then jump.
Timing was off. Timing is tight, but I think that's doable.
Uh-huh. I'm just thinking that might be the way they tend you to do it, because otherwise you're basically riding the side a little much. Or maybe not, never mind. Maybe you stop too much as far as it. Maybe you had it right all along. But it's still tight regardless of what you do then, okay.
I think it's just... I think the timing is just plain tight.
Okay. Almost.
I butt stomped instead of, I accidentally double tapped the jump button, basically. But, I mean, every time it's something, every time I'm learning something new.
Right.
About the timing or about the technique.
There you go.
Almost fail, but kind of worked.
Good job.
Well,
yeah, I think you fell through the spikes there.
Yep.
Again. Although we couldn't see I don't think we could get a good view of them from the way the camera was.
Yeah, no. But well, okay. I thought I pushed the attack button, not the butt stomp button. I love how this end game area is just introducing so many new concepts. I can't get over it. I love that.
Yeah, I'll also ask Gemini96 what his favorite world in this game is if he says it's this one.
Oh, I failed to jump. I think I just mistimed the jump push.
Right, because if he says the same thing, I'm also going to think, yeah, the ingenuity of this area in and of itself is something that is stuck with people. Although, fine, I get the sense the game itself is stuck with a lot of people. And understandably so.
Okay, that was just a... Oh. Now I'm back. here.
Made it. Made it. Good job.
Ha!
That was close. That was insanely close.
It's janky.
I know.
It's janky as hell.
Right.
But I kinda love it even so.
Alright. So here's the other question, which is as those platforms are moving...
I'm trying to get the camera to cooperate.
Yeah, because what I'm noticing here is that he hits the one to flip it, and it's moving. And then it's going to come down again. I guess he hits it, and then it flips.
Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting.
Oh, okay. So that's definitely too high to jump to, but,
So it's alternating between going back and forth and then up and down.
I think I see what part of the pattern I need to jump on
Okay.
for. Unfortunately, I'm gonna need to wait for a third cycle through the full pattern. Okay, this is going to go out twice. Now it's going to go up. That was good. That was very good. Okay, I missed that, but useful information gained though. Okay. I misjudged that one, but it was very, very useful information.
This one's actually pretty clever, honestly.
Yeah, I think this room is fantastic. Oh, I almost had that. But like, the difficulty of this room is very, very fair.
Mm-hmm. So it seems like it's ramping up nicely as far as what it is, and even right because if you think like, hey, every time he's hitting, it's just, you know, missing, or fine, it's just flipping everything. But in this case, no, not exactly.
Yeah.
Basically, as long as you get the beginning part right, it'll be flipping as you go. It's not making it necessarily easier as far as those platforming challenges you have to do, but still, something that, yeah, your feet's been prepared for it and you can handle it.
Yeah. Honestly, it's more like he's beating a drum.
Pretty much, yeah. There you go, good job. There's like a rhythm to it.
Yeah, it's more like the beat of a drum for sure than it is. To me, it really feels like the beat of a drum, basically.
Right. No, I get that.
I'm just gonna take a look around. I'm not sure where all this is going, but
Seems like it's kind of going in a spiral, from what I'm seeing. It's like you're making a U-turn as you go up there.
I don't see anywhere that it connects to when going up.
It's basically, I think, when this first one goes out, that's when you're able to go.
Okay, that was just poor controlling. Oh, poor control on my part. I'm not sure I was supposed to go there, but I got farther. I love how the difficulty of this area just feels so fair.
Yeah, which sometimes, the way this world began, you're not sure if it's gonna feel that way.
Okay, I need to figure out where I'm going from there. But I'm actually quite impressed by how fair this feels.
You seem taken aback by this, and I am too. I agree with that. Okay, we made it back.
Managed to save it.
Yeah, from what I saw, just as far as what it was, I think as soon as you got up there, the other one's coming towards you, and you jump on that.
I'm gonna let it flip, and then get on once it rights itself again. Whoops. Misstep. Simple misstep.
Yeah, I'd say wait there, because I did see when you were at that one point, there's a
Yeah.
platform that comes towards you straight ahead.
Yeah.
I think, from what I saw. But I understand also the temptation of the thought, like, hey, I need to go over this way. Because I feasibly would make that same indication, saying, oh, I gotta jump that way. Yeah, you're thinking, like, hey, this is gonna flip if I don't do that.
Here we go. Here we go. Solid platform.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm wondering if that one's going to feasibly come down, or if you have to grab on the edge. The one to the left.
Yeah.
Okay, it is. Okay, it is. I think. Well, sort of, but then it stops.
Well, I certainly jump high enough to get onto it, though.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and I'm also noticing this. Each of those areas he's hitting does
Yeah.
a different thing, which I just realized now.
Yeah.
Well, sort of. Fine, some platforms it does something expected. Others it doesn't.
This stage so much.
It's tense, but it's also something that it looks like it's really a lot of fun. And as you said, it is fair. You think like, hey, this is going to be completely nuts. Fine, it is completely nuts as far as what you're doing, but it seems like there is a internal logic to it all that you do pick up on.
And there's the end of the stage right up
Right.
there.
I say after this, it's like, yeah, they damn well better give you the end of the stage at this.
So, without jinxing anything,
Right.
it seems like there's only a few more platforms to go.
Right.
So I'm gonna watch them for probably a minute or two.
Yeah, go ahead. Makes sense. Smart move. It's led you. It's gotten you this far.
In fact, I'm gonna put down the controller and have a couple bites to eat.
May as well, yeah. Take advantage of that.
Because that's how my brain works.
Fair enough. Yes, basically it looks like pretty much just seeing it here is that yeah, it flips up upright like that. Then they move forward and you hit those two right there and you get onto that one. And that one that's going upwards, you make the jump up on top of that. And then just wait on that one and feasibly it then takes you upwards.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
I just like making sure I understand the cycle.
Sure, and in a game like this where that is how you have to play it, it's absolutely the right way to play it. So as I said, it's one of those games you definitely kind of have to meet it at its level a little bit, but it also kind of meets you halfway, as you're seeing here. It's like, okay, the thought is that every one of these would feasibly just be flipping over as far as spikes, but no, in this case it's saying, fine, there's enough of a case. Platform Pete is nice enough as far as saying, fine, you know what, I hit my hammer on my little drum over there on the pillars, but yeah, this is going to be the idea. It's like, hey, these are the last challenge before you fight Baron Dante.
Mm-hmm.
Fine, this level isn't right.
And honestly, what was her name? The that one character who was just running, dashing around in a fixed pattern and leaving a trail of flames.
Ballistic Meg.
Right. She and this guy seem to, honestly, don't seem to be that bad.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're stage hazards, and although honestly, this guy is more just the stage itself.
In his way, yeah, you're right.
This guy isn't a stage hazard, he is the stage.
Pretty much, which is an interesting thing of thinking about.
Like, yes, the character himself may be the guy hitting the, switches over there.
Mm-hmm.
But he's functionally the stage itself.
Right. I'm also thinking, am I right in assuming that when it comes to your choice on thumbnail, you want to picture him?
I'm seriously considering it. Yes.
I was going to say, I would think that feasibly this would have to be part of it, if that's going to be your decision. Or fine, it is going to be your decision, I should say. It's like, if that's how you want it.
Right.
Yeah, clearly Platform Pete has left an impression on all of our lives tonight, which I don't think anybody expected. Unless you played this game, you're like, oh yeah, no, we knew it. Alright, there you go.
Here we go. Only 4 gems, but
either
hey,
way,
we got through.
Alright, so there you go. Yeah, beat the gong in celebration of Platform Pete. So good job, Platform Pete. Good job, Nocturne, on that. Definitely not easy, but definitely a rewarding level. I'm going to assume he was rewarding for you going through that, especially now you're here.
I loved that stage. That was a fantastic stage.
So it shows exactly where this game is at its best, I think. And this is going to be making the final thoughts very interesting.
That is my favorite stage in the game.
Okay.
Unquestionably, that is my favorite stage in the game so far.
Okay. Well, good job as far as that. Yeah, you have 115 lives now, or 114 lives, to take on Baron Dante. That is our next target.
Mm-hmm. And hopefully I'll be able to do this in a reasonable amount of time.
Probably, it should be fine. Or I don't know, it's going to be like what Edwack said when we did Sandbone Trio and Guitar Man, saying, so for the next 4 hours of fighting this, it was like, no, it's not the next 4 hours, the next 20 minutes. But he was also playing that game on Master difficulty, but even then, in that case, it was like, we were all absolutely we all needed to decompress out of that. I think we had like 10, 15 minutes, just kind of downtime as we were, getting. Fine, Nikki, we went to get more alcohol for the group. We just kind of sat back and just took a rest on that. Here we go. This is Baron Dante's Funky Inferno. So like, okay, fine, to take on Dante's Inferno and Disco Inferno a little bit, and I guess fine, because this is the guy who took the Gobbos away. You're at 62% for completion. Now, Croc, it's time to get your friends back. Alright, so yeah, you'd fight all this way, Nocturne, to fight Baron Dante. Here he is.
Alright.
You ready?
Yep.
Alright, let's see what his Funky Inferno has in store for us. So he's being fanned with, I guess... It does look like pieces of paper, but fine. He's doing the Donkey Kong thing of beating his chest, but... Alright, here he is. Actually, I realize now, I guess he has like a bionic arm or something.
Looks like it.
Alright, let's see what he's got. It's basically just, walk up those stairs, start. Alright, there's a spike ball that's kind of was hidden there, I just noticed.
Yeah.
I thought I heard a creak. It was like, I don't think these stairs are gonna collapse. Fine, okay, we can see that one easier.
The lighting in this game can be a little weird. I've definitely noticed.
And as I said, it's Dante's Inferno is one hot disco. So Dolly Finn's saying, so far that's what we're seeing, no question. And fine, there's the game based on Dante's Inferno by EA. You ever play that?
Don't think I have.
It's like Devil May Cry. We can't show it on the show because it's visible nudity. So if we're gonna do that, we do it as an off-screen play. I've heard it's pretty decent as far as the takeoff on God of War, and fine, God of War itself. The only games actually you can show on the show without a concern of that actually are the two new ones. That would be God of War. I call it God of War 4, the one that was on PS4, and then God of War Ragnarok, which is the most recent one.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, I guess it wouldn't be complete as far as, you know, on the red carpet over there, that guy is going to just start shooting. Now the question is, oh, okay.
Okay. And if the last platform... Yep. Oh! Okay. Need to... move...
Yeah, because they move fast, so they keep going. I guess Dante's feasibly in there. I guess we'll see.
Just looking around for more gems.
Yep. Alright, so... I think this is it. Let's see. Yep, this is it. Yeah, it is a hot inferno. Look at this. Yeah, it looks like he's dancing around there.
Croc, pick him up.
So yeah, I guess you just get them. I mean, but the way this is going, you feasibly just get all the gems as you go.
I just wish there was a way to control the camera while running.
Uh-huh.
Or while doing anything.
Oh, you got him? Also, we got a Demon Ball Raid. Hello by, Pithla, I think? Feel free to correct me if that's not right. And Spike Vein, so good to see you. We're playing or finishing Croc of the Gobbos on the Sega Saturn. Is how we're playing it. I'm Captain D-Trag. Nocturne Flom here is the one controlling the game.
Yep.
So good to see you. Thanks for joining us for the show tonight. And welcome to the Super Bowl Game Saturday family. We are an independent show. We run playing this game. Now, if people get the name right, you did. Congratulations. So, Kuthla. That's what I said before, right? Assuming that's right. Feel free to get that indication if I didn't get that. Oh, you're doing the Saturn version. I was doing the PlayStation version. Yeah, okay. And you're... Fine. She's getting, what is it? Baron Dante. Zero at the end of the game. Yeah, she has it on Saturn. She said, hey, you know what? For the purpose of our program, why don't I do this as a blind run? She's doing the game blind as it is. We're almost at the end. We will be coming back to this actually soon enough for extras as far as showing off. We're going 100% and then showing the last two worlds off. In this case, so far, it's like, yeah, it seems like just keep running into him, and when you get the sense of being able to hit him with the tail, do that. If you were to go into memories on Croc, on PlayStation, if you're playing it on Saturn, or seen it on Saturn, by doing a dash into the walls. It's definitely interesting, and yeah, the last world of Castle Zone definitely had a lot of interesting challenges going on. Especially Platform Pete. We love Platform Pete here on the show, and I think you got him. Feasibly. Or he has another form. Does he have another form? Oh, yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Final boss.
Oh. Gotta collect those gems.
Yeah, like Sonic the Hedgehog. As long as you have one of those, you get hit, you're gonna be fine. Yeah, she's come so far as Nocturne playing this thing, for sure, doing a great job, and yeah, I think this ends now. Okay, was the third form it?
I hope that was the last time I have to fight.
I think it is. Alright, good job, Nocturne. I think you did it. So yeah, there you go. Good job taking care of Baron Dante. Not too bad as far as those. Fine, easy to be able to get your gems over. And Croc's doing the happy dance. Or fine, the dino. Fine, it's a crocodile, but fine. Dolly Fitness said the dino dance. Out there, King Gobbo is here. Yeah, that's who I said as far as my notes when we started this a couple months ago.
Oh hey, Spike Vane says the Saturn graphics are nice.
Yeah, they are pretty nice. I mean, especially given what Saturn's capable of. Yeah, there goes Dolly Finn with the dino dance.
I don't even mean that in a like I actually think it looks really good myself.
Yeah,
especially for the time it came from.
The fact this game is even running on Saturn is kind of a miracle when you think about it, because
but
usually you couldn't do 3D. So yeah, it does look really nice, given everything. I mean, I guess it looks better on the PlayStation. Fine, it does look better on the PlayStation, but given what Saturn is capable of. Remember, Saturn didn't focus on 3D that much. The fact this game looks as nice as it does on this console is quite a statement. So yeah, feel free to keep going as far as it. Here we go. So we're getting our perspective of everything. So yeah, the Gobbos are saved. They're, I guess, erecting a statue in our honor. There you go, the statue of Croc. There you go. Good job, Nocturne. We definitely got a good crowd tonight. Happy as far as your achievement we're going through. Good job. Also, on our end, I think we can turn up some volume. Yeah, doing the disco dance specifically that where I guess they're doing like the, I don't know, the line dance, like of a chorus line or something like that. Yeah, no, right, yeah, Croc's still alive. It's not like, hey, Croc died for the cause, and now they're putting a statue up in his memory, but there he's going, because remember, Croc was adopted by the Gobbos as far as the plot of this is concerned. They helped raise him. Here he is. He saved him. And he's raising the flag at Iwo Jima. Okay, there you go. I did not expect that. Alright, so yeah. We're going to come back to this game as far as it in a month for cleanup and also for the last two Hidden Worlds. So, that being said, we are at the end as far as the credits. So, feel free to chat to let in on final thoughts you have on the game for now. But, Nocturne, since you played this game for us, brilliant. Great job.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
So, Nocturne, we're going to do final thoughts at the end of the show as far as when we're fully done, but since we got to the credits, final thoughts now.
Yeah.
Dance. So, Spike Vane's saying, absolutely, we are doing our dance.
Yeah,
so,
like, thoughts about playing through the main part of the game, basically,
yes.
The plot.
Pretty much, yeah, what do you think?
Plot for a limited definition of plot, but still plot.
Yep.
So, the first world was excellent for learning the game, and I would say that extends into the first half of the second world.
Mm-hmm.
Second half of the second world, the ice area, for those who might not remember, was, I felt was where the game started to really pick up.
Right.
And then, the desert world, that one level that was so dark that one level that was just underground, and then that really long, dark section at the end, that one wore me down.
That was, I think, Lights Camel Action. No, it was that or was Going Underground. Or Muppet Mania. Oh, it was Muppet Mania, I think. By the way, to anybody else who is joining us as far as it, I remember Croc with a flag in PlayStation. Really? I'll go find the jigsaw pieces. Oh, really? So the PlayStation doesn't do that? So, thank you for letting us know that. So, Croc raising the flag at Iwo Jima apparently is not in the PlayStation version. Apparently Saturn only. Who knew? Thank you so much for letting us know that Spike Vaners are getting good dancing going on. No, but I get that as far as what that was for, because Forest Zone, it was Arctic Zone, it was Desert Zone, and then Castle Zone as far as where we've been.
Yeah, so if we click up through here, I want to say that things really started getting going around 2.4.
Now, if I know him so well. By the way, to anybody who's new here on the show, welcome. So glad to have you. And also, we do have the previous parts of Croc that are on our YouTube site for Super Bowl Game Saturday. There's a link in the Twitch area specifically, so you can see the other parts that Nocturne did get into our show tonight.
Yeah.
So go on.
And then in World 3, I believe it was 3-2 that was...
Muppet Mania.
Was it 3-2 where we went... no.
I think we
no,
did go underground as well.
It was one of these two that was the one... I think
it was Muppet Mania, because we did go underground later. We did that last time, I believe.
Yeah.
So it was Muppet Mania we ended on, because, yeah, it's very dark on Saturn, differently than it is on the PlayStation, but in some ways the visibility is a little better on this version. A little, in certain ways, when it's more wide. Whereas on the... it's more wide on the PlayStation, but it's more of a further distance on Saturn to be able to see it, and also a case where, even with the lights off, unlike it on PlayStation, of the footage I saw of it on PlayStation, you're not able to see as far on PlayStation you are on the Saturn, from what I've indicated or noticed myself.
And then,
yeah, fuck him.
Yeah,
this is the boss that seems like the worst one. Life's a Beach, but it's like, fine, that was Neptuna, because you're doing that underwater.
Yeah, like Neptuna really felt like he was intended to be the actual boss of World 3 rather than the mid-boss.
Sure.
Because Cactus Jack was such a pushover.
Yeah, Cactus Jack was not much. And this is where we started tonight. It was hard last time, but this feasibly is the hardest level of here, maybe, sort of.
Yeah, I would definitely say... And it's only because of that one little section where there's that enemy flying around underneath the grate you need to hang from.
Which has more slowdown on the Saturn, so that actually makes it a lot harder to control. Actually, probably the most slowdown part of the game in the sense of how it actually affects the feel of the game. Am I right about that with controls, basically what you said last time?
Like, that was by far the worst just the worst individual challenge of the game.
Uh-huh.
That one little part of that one room.
Mm-hmm.
That is the one bit of this game that I actually strongly disliked.
But there's something to be said also about the fact that now it kind of 180'd as far as a good amount of this world, as far as it is. And this is the last world, the main ones.
After 4-1, 4-2 onward, I think 4-2 through through the end was absolutely fantastic. I loved that entire stretch.
What do you think of the final boss? Because I saw as far as what you're doing, basically just trying to get him in a case of either hitting into the wall, getting into a case where he'll be stumbling and then hit him.
Yeah,
what do you think of the final boss?
His tells were actually a bit easier to see than a lot of the previous bosses. Okay. I would actually not call him the hardest boss in the game, even with the 3 phases.
Is it Neptune probably the hardest boss in the game? Okay.
Yes.
Chad, feel free to go into what you think the hardest boss of this game might be, as far as you haven't gone through it if you played it. Well, fine, people have played it. They said play it on the PlayStation.
But I like World 4 after 4-1.
Mm-hmm.
I could definitely see myself routinely coming back to the game just to play that stretch.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
Even if I didn't know about the 2 bonus areas.
Mm-hmm. Right, the 2 bonus worlds.
The 2 bonus worlds, yeah.
Those, by the way, are, fine. Fine, there's, actually, wait a second. Okay, there's special, okay, here's the thing. I'll explain this. Each of the worlds, when you get all of the Gobbos and, colored gems, you get 2 special levels to them.
Okay.
And then from there, you also get one last world, that's Crystal Island. So basically, the idea is that what Nocturne's gonna do next, as far as this next time we do this, or fine, she's saying she's doing streaming on her channel, leveling to channel, and we'll also get a sense of when you're gonna schedule doing that.
Yeah.
Where you're gonna basically do the. Explain it then.
Yeah. So I think I'm probably not going to be on a fixed schedule for that. It's probably mainly going to be whenever I feel like doing it. Since it's really just since it, I don't really see a whole lot of structure for this. So it's mainly just going to be I see it as the equivalent of grinding in an RPG.
Right.
Well, whether you're grinding levels, money, items, whatever. I see the cleanup to me is kind of like grinding in that sense.
Sure. So basically, what you're gonna do is over on your Twitch site, which is linked in the chat now, and will be linked below when I edit for the YouTube site. If you want to follow her over there, and she'll get a notification when she goes live when she's going to be doing the cleanup for this game before we then show off the extra stages for all through 4 of the worlds. So it's going to be 8 levels total. And then the 5 levels, including a boss stage on Crystal Islands. So in that case, she specifically only has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8... 13 stages to go as far as what they are, but they are dependent upon her going back and rescuing all of the Gobbos.
Yeah, basically 100%ing the world 1 through 4 section.
Sure. Do you want to save the game? Yeah. Do you want? Yes.
Oh,
do you want to save the game as far as?
We're definitely gonna save.
Okay.
Although, actually, I'm going to back out of the save menu for a second.
Why's that?
I mean, why would we be saving on a random stage?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it depends on where you want to start. So I guess
we are saving here.
Saving at Baron Dante's Funky Inferno? Sure, why not? Fine, feasibly, I guess when you're doing the off-screen stuff, or fine, not the off-screen stuff, the practice on your end, it's something that you'll probably go by world, I'm going to assume. That's going to be up to her, specifically, I think, about how we're going to do this.
I'll probably start at, like, 1-1, clean that up. But I might start jumping from one world to another if I want to mix things up a bit.
Okay, question then, also. Well, 2 questions. One, since we got to the credits, that was going to be the perspective. Do you want to go somewhere as far as a level to pick some music to have going to take us out?
Yeah, how about ice?
Ice. Okay, yeah, feel free going wherever you want as far as that. That's number 1. Number 2, when you do the practice, or the cleanup, do you want me to have that on the YouTube site as YouTube exclusive, perhaps? Or how do you want me to handle that?
I am kind of thinking that would be that would probably be best as a as something that we just add or I don't know. Yeah, I think we should probably just add it as a
as a YouTube exclusive.
Yeah. To next time's YouTube, either to next time's YouTube thing, or or as its own YouTube video.
That could be that. That could be fine. I could have that as an element to it. So at that point, we'll have that element, and then when we go to next part, it'll be something they'll have that said. Fine. Actually, we'll wait. Yeah. So, because at that point, then, here's the other question. I was thinking a lot of these things through as far as we're coming back to this game, because do you need the raw files for all of the parts we had so far to get a sense of like where you got everything and where you didn't?
I mean, I think the way I'm going to approach it is I'm just going to 100% every stage in one run.
Okay.
Well, basically do a single 100% run of each stage.
Okay.
I'll probably use like a YouTube video or series of YouTube videos or something to as a guide.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
Because now that I've reached the credits, that's the end of the blind part of this run.
Sure.
So moving forward, I am going to use every guide that I can come up with. Well, every guide that I need anyway. To get the information I need to 100% the game.
Sure, and I guess also to show off the last levels we have, the last world, and then the secret levels for everywhere.
Yep.
Specifically. Okay, so then the only other thing I guess I want to ask as well is, fine, go back to final thoughts again as far as the overall on your first run through the main story. What else you want to put out there, and then I'll go into some stuff of mine of what I've witnessed.
Like, I'm just really impressed by the game. I liked it up through the end of World 3, but like I said, World 4-2 onward, it really decided to shine. Despite the dark atmosphere.
Mm-hmm. No, I get that, absolutely.
I am... even if it took until that point for me to really, truly, I guess you could say fall in love with the game.
Mm-hmm.
I can see why people would love this game.
Sure, as can I. There's something to be said also about this, was the fact that when it gets to the end of the game, that it seems like it got better and better as it went along.
Oh yeah, and like it consistently seems to just keep getting better and better and better, especially after the World 4 mid-boss.
Right, and sometimes we have that happen when people say, like, what's sometimes the thing people complain about when it comes to sometimes with the game, the idea that how is endgame of game doesn't necessarily leave on as high of a note as maybe earlier parts of the game. Not always. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Depends on the game. Yeah. But it seems like this one, from what you're telling us, hits its peak and then peaks at just the right time, which is the end of the game.
Yeah, and
specifically.
And even that said, even though it was a 3-round boss fight, the final boss was a little disappointing to me.
Really?
Yeah.
You want it to be as hard as Neptuna?
Neptuna is the difficulty by comparison to him that I would have expected for the final boss.
Sure.
I was not expecting to one-shot the final boss.
That's true. On your first go, she's never seen this final boss. I've never seen this final boss either, so that's a good point of it.
I was expecting to need a few attempts at the final boss to beat him.
Sure.
But I instead beat him on my first attempt.
Then again, maybe that's the thought that, fine, since you do need to unlock the Crystal Islands, maybe the idea is that the boss there, that's going to be the one that really is going to be hard.
Yeah, something of a true final boss type
maybe.
thing.
I guess we'll see that. I mean, but I guess also what that does necessarily in terms of story, because fine, the story of this game is that Baron Dante and the Dantinis took the Gobbos. You're saving them all, and then I guess we'll see what happens as far as when we get to that. Specifically. Is there anything else you want to go into on your final thoughts to start from the blind experience?
Not at the moment. I just feel like it left off on such a high note. I want to enjoy that.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, of what I've seen, because I played this game specifically before. I played it on the PlayStation the first time I played it, but the copy of the game I have is in such horrific condition, it's basically unplayable. No, it is unplayable now. I tried running it. I tried buffing the disc. It's not working. It's one of those cases I've also said as we've gone through this entire game. I said, I probably should get this on the PlayStation again. Or get on the Saturn, because as far as if you want to play this on Saturn, by cost standards on the Saturn, it's not super expensive. It's about 60-something bucks, 60, 70 so bucks complete as it is now for a US copy. As far as how we're running, that's how much I bought it for her for about that much 3 or so years ago, I should say, at this juncture. it's cheaper on the PlayStation. I'm seeing like 25, 30, and it might be the better version because of the fact that there's right analog stick support for camera. To what degree that makes the game better, I don't know. If my copy is working, I'd be able to give a sense of that. Maybe just get a copy of that game on PlayStation just to compare and contrast. So next time we come back for the next part, it might be the finale potentially. That will be something at least we can have on record.
Yeah, but
Or Chad, if you know how that works with the camera on PlayStation.
Yeah, I can definitely say that my biggest consistent gripe was the camera.
Sure, the camera, and I guess the controls in terms of understanding how that feel is, because it's not easy. It's kind of a tank control platform. It's like Tomb Raider. It's like Resident Evil if you had platforming going on, but it's something that, from what I've gathered, it's something that feasibly is one of those games you'll live with. I guess when you're growing up, you play it, and you say, hey, I have this game, I keep playing, I keep getting better and better and better at it, and eventually it kind of clicks.
Yeah.
And I guess that's what you were saying, Nocturne,
like,
and what other people have said who come in for this game.
Like, tonight was stress-free for me.
Which is quite something, because like it's the final world, but in that case, it was just after the really hard part from last month. That was all we needed, and then the rest of it was a good case, and a great time.
But yeah, like I said, tonight was, surprisingly to me.
Sure.
Finishing the story run was stress-free.
Okay, well, that's good. And
even as many times as I died, like 95% of those deaths were because I was either trying to do something stupid for fun,
or trying to get something through that makes something easier,
or genuine player error. Like, most of those deaths were not the game being a flawed piece of work, but my own error.
And it's interesting because earlier in parts of the game you said, hey, this game is a flawed piece of work, and I think it is. I think even people who love this game, I know, have said the same thing. Same issues, usually the camera, the controls are definitely a big hurdle you have to get over on this game, so it's consistent enough.
And that's why I'm not saying that every death was player error tonight.
Sure.
There were definitely some camera screw player deaths. Well, there were definitely some camera screw deaths in the game, and other related types of deaths. Like, I did not like the second to last real level. I did not like the enemy featured there.
Oh yeah, right. Swipe swiftly.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was just slicing away. Specifically, so that's the case. Like, yeah, he was definitely giving you trouble.
Yeah,
giving anybody trouble, really.
I hated those sections of that level.
Right, and you have to do that 3 or so times. So there's that.
And then with, I think it was the last run through one of those elevator sections that I had to deal with 2 of them at once.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But honestly, that seemed like the one at that point you kind of adjusted to it and you were able to manage it no problem.
Yeah. I still didn't like it that it ramped things up like that.
Sure, no, I get that.
Also, the fact that you could fall off the edges of that instead of it having some kind of railing.
You're right. No, I get that.
And it was a small platform. It was a relatively small platform for fighting stuff.
No, I get that, absolutely.
That was the one stage that I was not enthralled with, but
No,
I liked all of that stage except for those sections.
Yeah, that was the interesting thing.
So I can't write off the entire stage. I can only write off those particular sections of the stage that were just a freaking pain in the ass.
Sure, absolutely. Actually, one thing I want to do quickly, since you're kind of standing there, one thing I'm going to quickly do, I'm going to quickly move backwards, because what I want to do is I want to get him onto the side of a wall like that, because I want to have him feasibly facing the camera saying hi to everybody. Yeah, because it is like Super Mario 64, it is like Sonic 06 in the sense that the camera does get stuck on edges. So fine, that's close enough. Because I want to see him feasibly, shaking his hands and cold, but also, yeah, the idea of like seeing him specifically there. As far as it, because yeah, this is then going to be, this is the finale of this part of it. But from now, as Nocturne said, she said, at some point on her Twitch site, which will be over there, she will go live and she will show off the the cleanup of the game. And also, feasibly is going to date something I'm going to mention in our schedule. Because we're going to schedule at the end of the program, which we're kind of at the approach of now, I think, specifically for it. But yeah, I'm liking as far as what this is, and we do have a little more on Croc, as it's going to be, that'll be next month. Our next part of that might be the finale, is going to be on September 28th. Am I correct about that? As far as that Nocturne.
That sounds right.
And time, 7 p.m. still?
Yeah, I think 7 will be fine.
Okay, alright, because...
I might decide to bump it earlier to 5, depending on whether I think I'll be able to get through the rest of the game in one session.
Just let me know before we do the show on the 21st, and then I'll be able to
Sure.
give a sense.
No problem.
I'll announce that. Okay.
No problem.
But yeah, thank you so much for watching the show tonight as far as our look at Croc that way. Good job, Nocturne, of course, and thank you for leading us through this game and kind of explaining, I guess, people why it is a game worth playing. It's a game that I'm going to play. I'm going to get another copy of this and kind of experience this. And next time we do get to this franchise, well, there's the Game Boy Color game, which is something totally different. There's Croc 2, which is on PlayStation only, even though on Saturn, the back of the manual does advertise Croc 2 coming in 1998. It did not come in 1998 on anything, because it got delayed to 1999, like summer of 1999. At that point, the Saturn was done, so they did not put it on the Saturn. But looking as far as this thing running on Saturn, even having looked at it on PlayStation, it is pretty impressive they got this running because of the fact that it's a 3D Collect-a-thon platformer on a console that was not known for its power for 3D, but it does look really nice. I mean, even chat cases, like people who know it on the PlayStation had it, and a unique ending for the ending screen, which I did not know either. So, there you go.
But yeah, really happy that I played through this.
Yeah, and thank you for playing
I'm not
through
done.
it. Yeah, we're not done yet, but
done,
thank you so much, of course, Nocturne, for bringing this game to us on the show. That's what we do on this program. Play games that people want to play, people want to control, people want to show off, things people have memories with. That's the idea. To everybody in chat, to Dolly Finn, to Darth Loctus, to Kithla, and also to Spike Vane. People have memories with this game, and in past chats, I know Gemini96 had memories of this, the Christianity 64 had memories on this. I get that idea of the memories that people have with this, and sharing that experience. You're all on the couch with us. That's the idea of what the journey of Super Bowl Game Saturday is every week, usually. But that is how the show is going to go, and thank you so much, Nocturne, for everything for tonight and for the past couple of months.
Absolutely. I've really enjoyed playing this for the stream.
Yeah, and I've enjoyed watching it. I'm definitely going to look forward to playing it myself as it is going forward. Okay, so, as mentioned, next part of Croc is going to be on September 28th at tentatively 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Might change. I'll let you know as far as the last thing we do at the end of our shows every week. We go into schedule. There's some stuff I do want to go into, because actually we're going to sort of be off one week, but we're also sort of not going to be off that week. Next week, though, I'm coming back to a game I started over a year and a half ago, almost. A little under that, but close, specifically. It's also in case I had a guest. The guest has been banned from the show for the way he acted. So at that point, it's an elephant in the room I got to deal with. So at that point, I'm going to basically go back to this game myself, but it's something I am handling the game okay as far as my practice coming back to this. Coming back to Game Dev Tycoon. We started playing this on the Switch. We did a couple other parts of it. We did a preview program part, and we did a one part where we couldn't fit it in schedule based on where we were. But I said, hey, this game's been hanging. I do want to complete it as far as how it is. We'll see if I complete it next time. I don't know if I will, but I'm thinking that I'm doing better on this than I thought I would as far as it going back to stuff on the show that we did for that, because it's been a while since I played it. So, I get a sense that your play... Actually, what's your experience with any Tycoon game that's sort of kind of not part of the official Tycoon franchise, because it's an Australian company that made it. It's not actually part of that franchise, but those are the games like Tycoon stuff like Roller Coaster and Railroad Tycoon, things like that. What's your experience with games like that?
My only experience with a Tycoon game was Roller Coaster Tycoon 1.
Oh, that's a good one. I mean, I know some of my friends in college got me into that, and that was years after it came around. We can definitely show that. There is a take on that on the Switch, I believe. I think it's 3 that's on the Switch.
Yeah. I mean, I adored the game.
I did too, with what I played, the one I played.
But it's the only one I've played.
Still, it's like, that's a memory right there, and definitely something we can show. We're coming back to Game Dev Tycoon for part 2, technically, as far as the full play, but it's technically been 3. It was going to be the third part.
do think I played the expansion pack. Well, Corkscrew. I think it was like Corkscrew Falls or something.
I think so. That sounds about right.
I know it was Corkscrew something.
If it's not Corkscrew Falls, down below when I edit in a few days, you're going to see the name of what it is in nice orange letters, and it's definitely a nice case. But point is that, yeah, there you go. That memory of kind of that. I don't know if you necessarily thought about that game until I mentioned it specifically, as far as like, hey, experience with these Tycoon games. As far as Game Dev Tycoon is concerned, it is a pretty funny look at the gaming industry as far as kind of being tongue-in-cheek about some aspects of itself, but also being something that your knowledge of gaming history actually is going to come in mighty handy, and definitely interesting stuff as far as putting games together and what it kind of gets. It is a lot of stuff that you kind of have to manage, aspects of your economics, aspects of how you're going to build your company, and things like that, and it is a really good game, specifically. So, yeah, elephant in the room on that side. I'm looking forward to coming back to that now that I'm ready, because like last month, like, I can't do this yet. I pushed this back. But next week at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on August 31st, I'm ready. We'll be back, and we'll see if that's the finale. Week after that, we will not be on live on Twitch here. But we are going to have a show still. Because, speaking of blind runs, I've been blindly playing through, or basically finished, blindly playing through Pokemon Violet version. I was given this game by Edwack, who said, I love this game. You refused to buy it because of how broken it is, and I do not regret that decision. But he said, hey, there's things this game does that are really good. We want you to experience this. I made the decision after I got it, saying, I'm going to play this as a blind play, because I said, fine, I'm going to just go through that way. As a little bit of an idea, and I said, I'm going to show this game off without any of its patches. So the game's been patched 10 times. I said, I'm going to show it at 1.0. I played through the whole game at 1.0, and last time I showed off part of the post-game DLC, or post-game content that's not the DLC. We'll get to the DLC because Edwack wanted to see it at a date to be determined. I don't think we might even touch that before we get to Pokemon Generation 1, in all honesty. But whenever we do get to that, we'll get to that. But for September 7th, we'll not have a show on Twitch because my cousin's getting married. But at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on our YouTube site, I'm going to set up a live premiere of 8.5 hours worth of the last of the post-game pre-DLC content for Pokemon Violet version. And it's also something I will be patching, or I will have patched the game on that show you're going to see. It's actually a show I edited. I edited it last week. And it's doing the Outrun edit from last week's show as well. But so in that case, we're going to have a show. So on September 7th, it actually is going to be the reason I said 4 p.m. is A, because of the length of it, and B, because that is actually when my cousin is getting married. So as soon as I'm watching her walk down the aisle, you will feasibly be on the YouTube site watching that show that I put together for it. So yeah, we'll have something on the YouTube site. So on September 7th, Twitch will not be here. YouTube we will, though. So in that case, fine. You'll all be there, but without being there. So it's the magic of editing that way. But as far as our next live show after that, that's going to be on September 14th. We're playing Super Hang-On. This is from Sega. It's an arcade racing game that came out in 1987. Alec first wanted to see this. We do take viewer requests, by the way, just to let people know as far as Spike Vein and Pithla, as far as it's anything you want to see for the show. I know it's a case like, hey, why don't I just play the game? I get it, but the case of being active, coming in, telling your story as far as a game, even if you think nobody knows it, we'll show it specifically. There's people who immediately have said stuff, quotes, I would never want to watch most of the games they're showing in your program. They said that was Protorova, who was off the program partially because of stuff like that. But that being said, I'm not taking that attitude whatsoever. I want to see whatever you want to see. If you want to come by and say, I know this game, I don't think anybody knows it, my first answer is going to be, yeah, let's show it. I don't care what it is. Unless it's something I can't show because of license or content reasons, maybe license reasons, at which point I can do edits off screen and do a YouTube thing for that. But, like, first wanted to see Super Hang-On, so the way we're going to show this, I'm using Yakuza 6, the Song of Life, for the Xbox One, although I'm running through the Xbox Series X. It has an FPS boost when you run it going at 60 FPS when you play it on the Series X. But for the purpose of running Super Hang-On that, it's not going to matter, because it's an old arcade racing game. But it does have options for very easy, and normal, so at the very least, I can also show off going through everything and completing all of the stages as far as ways, and hopefully not have audio problems with Mike like we did last week when we did Outrun. That kills me as far as that. You ever play Super Hang-On, by the way?
No.
It's
I'm
fun.
Not familiar with it.
It's a fun one. It's another one by Yu Suzuki, who made Outrun, and he's made a game that we're going to play at the end of the year, start at the end of the year. But yeah, we're going to play that. We'll have a great time doing that. Week after that, if I need a finale for Game Dev Tycoon after next week's show, we'll have it on September 21st at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll be 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the 14th for Super Hang-On. If we don't, though, I'm going to be pulling out the Nintendo GameCube preview disc. One of my coworkers gave me this very graciously. That is not a cheap disc. It's like a $150 thing. I said, please let me pay you. He said, no, I just want you to have this. Okay, but I said, I'm doing this for a show. So, that disc, if you're familiar with it, Nocturne, I don't know if you are.
I don't think I know much about it.
They sold this in 2003, 4 about, usually in GameStop stores and things like that. And what happened with that was it was a demo disc that came with demos of Sonic Adventure DX, Beautiful Joe, Soul Calibur 2, Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg, and Splinter Cell. And it also had videos of other things, including some EA Sports games and some other stuff, and some bonus linking with the GameCube to Game Boy Advance link cable, which is the one aspect of this I will not be able to show, because I don't have a working Game Boy Advance. And also, I don't find it. Unless I would be live on camera, I wouldn't be able to show that as is. We're going to take a look at that. If I do need another Game Dev Tycoon part, I'm going to push that off feasibly to November if we have an open show for that, or to next year. Well, that'll be one of the first things to do in January. But it's going to be interesting. It'll be a feasible another look at Sonic Adventure DX with a version I don't think is anywhere near as good as the Dreamcast version we played. And our first look at Splinter Cell, and also the other games on that. Fine, except for Soul Calibur 2. We've shown Soul Calibur 2 in so many contexts that have not been playing through the game.
So, if you have a GameCube to Game Boy Advance link cable,
I do, yes.
I have a Game Boy Advance I could lend you.
Okay, yeah. So that being said, I'll let you know about that.
I mean, if you wanted to do any of that.
Okay, well in that case, then maybe what I should do is maybe I should push that show off to January then, just so at that point I can have that perspective to go through it, just to see if I could feasibly show that, be live on camera and show the Game Boy Advance element to that.
Yeah, I mean, and it's and I'd be lending you an SP, so you'd have a nice backlight for anything you might need to do with that.
I did actually do that when I showed Sonic Chaos off about a month ago, when I said, fine, I played it through the Sonic Origins collection, and I had my old Game Gear that has its capacitor problems, but I was tilting the screen, showing people, I was able to sort of show them the screen of Quest for the Shaven Yak on that thing when it was live on camera. And it actually, I was surprised that it actually was able to sort of kind of work, but I need to get the capacitor replaced on that thing as is. And I got to figure Extreme Case for Game Gear, stuff that's not in collections.
Wasn't that like a common problem with the Game Gear?
It is, and you don't have it apparently with yours, from what I understand, because yours apparently worked fine last time we checked it. Maybe that was a while ago.
I think it's got a busted screen though.
Okay, well we'll take a look as far as that, but I'd have to figure some way to stream it to TV anyway. I think it'd be a Retron 5, that would be the way I think to go.
Yeah, Retron 5 seems like a pretty solid way to play a lot of stuff.
That would be the way I think for Game Gear would do that. So, yeah, that's something for that, so fine, maybe September 21st might be up in the air depending on, but if we need another Game Dev Tycoon part, it'll be that, and that'll feasibly be the finale, because I don't think we're going to need more than 2 parts for that. And then, 28th, back to Croc, we're going to show off the rest of the special levels, and these are the final. Well, that might be the finale, so we'll see as far as that. Yep. And then we get into our Halloween block in October. So we feasibly did have Croc as far as fitting for that. I said, like, this is not going to fit for this feasibly. But fine, we started early, so either way, we wouldn't feasibly have this going until October as it was, I think, anyway. Most likely. We'll see next time. But I said, okay, we do Halloween-themed games, horror games, but stuff that's kind of maybe tangentially connected. As far as schedules on this stuff's going to be a little up in the air, because we're doing a game by Argonaut for the purpose of that. We were doing Scooby-Doo Mystery for the Super Nintendo, because Dolly Finn wanted to see some Scooby-Doo representation. I said, this is the one I got now. I think she wants to see Night of 100 Frights. I've heard that was actually really, really good. I'll have to get a copy of that at some point. We're going to do Scooby-Doo Mystery on the Super Nintendo. I'm going to do that in one night. We will have Splatterhouse for the TurboGrafx 16. This is going to be our first look at TurboGrafx 16 officially on this show. Although I'm using the TurboGrafx 16 Mini. Do you have experience with the TurboGrafx 16 at all?
I don't really have any experience with it.
I didn't either, mostly. One of my uncles had it, but as soon as they released this unit, I said, there's so many games in here I don't have, and it's a unit that is of interest. I said, let me pick this up. And it is interesting. We're going to use that to play Splatterhouse from Namco, which is a beat-em-up with horror elements, very much like Friday the 13th, sort of, in that you're playing this guy, Rick, who is wearing a mask that's taking him over and controlling him, and he has to save his girlfriend Jennifer, going into this house, as far as feeding all these creepy creatures that are all around the place. Definitely something that's not for the faint of heart, especially later, especially the one that's not going to be easy for us to show, which would be the 2010 Splatterhouse game that has visible nudity in it and has licensed music by Five Finger Death Punch. That's going to be a case of how do we run that for the purpose of the show. But for the first one, we can definitely show the first one. Then I also have a collaboration with the Crusader 64 set up for that month. We're still in discussion on what does he want to do. We're thinking maybe we're doing the Dark Pictures Anthology Little Hope. I still got to talk to him. He said he's thinking it over as far as what it is. And then we also have Twisted Metal for the PlayStation. That sort of fits in the vein of that. Electverse wanted to see that, but I'm also letting Electverse, next time he's on the show in our chat, best chat on Twitch, so that's where everybody is, as far as tonight's show and any time we do a show. I want to give him the choice on what night he wants that, because his birthday is on October 26th. I'm not going to take him away from friends and family and birthday celebrations for the purpose of that, so next time he comes to chat, point blank, I'm going to ask him, what night do you want Twisted Metal? And it's going to be his choice. I think he can feasibly either the 19th, or if he wants the 26th, he can have the 26th. It's going to be either way. Or if he wants another weekend in October, it's all up to him. And feasibly, it's one of those things that... Did you ever play Twisted Metal?
I didn't, but I do remember watching some friends play it at some... Or either friends or cousins playing it at some point.
Okay.
And it seemed interesting.
Yeah, it is going to be our first case of vehicular combat going on this program. And not the last, I will indicate that. But it's something he wanted to see. I've been promising him this. I promised him this a couple years ago. So we got to get to this. I might maybe need another part. So fine, if we do end up getting a case where we don't need another part of Croc, I feasibly put that in there. Or maybe what I can do is... I'll tell you what I can do. If I don't need another Game Dev Tycoon part, I might put a preview program on Twisted Metal for September 21st, maybe. Because I haven't done preview program in a while, so that might be one worth doing.
So,
maybe.
I just had a thought.
What's that?
Maybe not for this. I don't know what things are looking like for October, but for, if nothing else, for next year's October.
What are you thinking?
Maybe Mega Man 7.
Okay. Well, we are
because Shade Man.
That's true. That's one point. One thing, I'll get to that a little bit, because there's something I do have set for next year as far as a little bit of a 5-year anniversary celebration of the show, so I'll actually hold that thought on Mega Man 7.
Sure.
We're going to come back to that, because we are going to do Mega Man 7, because we're asked to do that again. It's been years since we did it, and we're going to do it as a fresh thing. But, yeah, good case of that, and fine, I've not forgotten that. As far as November's concerned, if we need another part of Croc, that feasibly the finale, it would need to be November 2nd.
Sure.
If that's going to be to that. But if it's not, I'll figure, and fine, if I need another part of Twisted Metal, I'll put that there. Or I'll figure something. Something that's going to be up to change, or subject to changes is...
I was just floating an idea out there.
No, but actually I'm going to, as I said, I'll give the indication, because I think next year we're doing Mega Man 7 in maybe another context that might be sooner. I don't know, in an indication. But the other game we got coming up, or other games we got coming up in November, we have Tomba. This just got re-released on PlayStation 5 and Switch. Apparently that collection has a bug in it that is not happening to everybody, where the game feasibly, when you start, actually load a new game or start a new game, the game just crashes, at least on the Switch it does. But not everybody's seeing that. In fact, Nintendo Life said specifically, this has been out for a month, we're not reviewing it because we have about half of our staff that is running into this problem where they start to play the game, they can't play it, but other people, they're playing it just fine. And they know that this is a problem for this game, they're working on a patch, and if you want to get this thing, get it physically from Limited Run, because they're still running the pre-order on that one, where they'll have the patch to that eventually on the card or on the disc on PS5, and they're going to put it on PS4 at some point, but they haven't said when. So, we're doing it on PlayStation 3, I downloaded on PlayStation 3 to do Tomba. which is from ex-Capcom people, and it's this is an interesting one, Nocturne. I think you would find Tomba very interesting because what it is a 2D platformer, 2.5D platformer, but it's kind of like an RPG in the sense that when you run into characters, you get little missions you have to complete, and every so often when you go across these areas, you get to a town and you basically walk around like a Final Fantasy or something like that, as far as like a top-down perspective, to kind of get aspects of where the story's going and getting new challenges like, hey, go find missing characters or something like that, or go like save a frog and bring him back to his pond or something like that. While you're doing all these weird things, is this caveman guy who's like trying to take care of these pigs who took your bracelet away that was of your grandfather's. But you have to go and get it back and like grab onto them, bite into them to kind of get a little bit of experience points going. As you do that, when you do a jump on them, then toss them off. The guy directed the Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse made this. It is a really interesting one. One Truel asked us about this, actually. We were playing Mega Man Legends 2 last year, and I said, yeah, let's do it. So, November 9th, we were starting Tomba for the PlayStation. I'm using the PlayStation 3 for that, because that's the most stable version of it now, and it's the one I bought. And that's gonna be a couple parts as far as how we do that. And also November, we're celebrating 30 years of Donkey Kong Country. I cannot believe in November it's gonna be 30 years since that game came out. So we're showing off the portable versions. We're showing off Donkey Kong Country on the Game Boy Color and Donkey Kong Countries 1, 2, and 3 for the Game Boy Advance. And as you saw last month when I was showing you those, we feasibly have reason to show those off for dedicated shows, especially those Game Boy Advance versions.
Yeah, and having seen what you showed me when I visited, they all look really good in their own ways.
Right, and I did finally get the one on 2 that my post office had lost, and then also the Rocket Knight Adventures collection, and then the copy of Tetris to Dr. Mario as well. So I did get all those things specifically, because she saw the first one in particular, and the Game Boy Color one of the first one. Yeah, that Game Boy Advance one, I think maybe it's one of those things that looking at it over the years, I probably should have gotten that years sooner, honestly.
But, like, the Game Boy Advance versions, I almost forgot that I was watching a Game Boy Advance game.
Right, there's some really interesting things that's doing, and it's one of those things that even at the time it came on the Game Boy Advance, it was not well liked. I'm like, really? That was where there was a big backlash on Donkey Kong Country as a franchise. They're taking the Shigeru Miyamoto attitude initially, which is that it's all style and no substance. But I think, and Miyamoto said that to the face of the guy who made it, and that's, by the way, the reason why Donkey Kong is not in any of the games in the franchise. They specifically said, we took what he said, we said Donkey Kong's kidnapped in the second game and in the third game, and they also arguably said that Miyamoto is a sexist, feasibly, with the second one, because they said, well, Cranky Kong keeps going off on the idea that, hey, you know, Dixie should be one of the damsels in distress and not one of the stars, and he does specifically state, this is all style and no substance, and that's the only reason people bought it the first time. And the plot of Donkey Kong Land is literally them taking Miyamoto's own words and saying, you can't do this on Game Boy, it only sold because of the graphics. So then he calls the Kremlings up and says, steal the banana horde for them to prove their worth again. So, but that's the thing about those Game Boy Advance games as well. They're really interesting. And they add extra stuff, and they switch stuff around that makes it worth giving a look as far as the showcases start. But I think we can, as you mentioned, justify another show of those because they're good. We played them all on the Super Nintendo as was, but still, those advanced games. And even the Game Boy Color one of the first, you're like, how the hell did they get the thing running in the Game Boy Color? But they found a way.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
I would definitely say that that's a show that would be worth going out of your way to try to find some time to watch.
Absolutely. Well, we got a lot of those, and fine.
You know what I mean.
Fine. Every week we got that, but of course, if you do miss shows, like you can't make it, that's fine, because that's where we have our YouTube site. We got tons of stuff over there as far as shows we've done. And the other stuff we got for November, we have our pre-Thanksgiving weekend Disney showcase. We take advantage of the fact that, hey, usually the Disney movie comes out around that time. So let's do a game based on it. It was by accident. I didn't realize it for like 3 years. And it's like, wait, we played a Disney game on this weekend every year for 3 years. And I said, okay, annual thing. This year we are celebrating 30 years of The Lion King. We're playing the game based on it that was by Westwood Studios, the people made by Command & Conquer. And we're playing it through the Disney Classic Games Collection on Switch, which means it's feasibly Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, and Game Boy. And given how short those games are, assuming I can get through the last couple of levels, I think I can show all three. A Game Boy is a little bit of a different case because I have not played fully through it on Game Boy. But that being said, it definitely is interesting for that. That'll be our element to that. And then, November 30th, you want to talk about not can't miss shows? That's definitely a can't miss show, because that is going to be our 5th annual Thanksgiving showcase. To celebrate Thanksgiving every year, we have a showcase of a bunch of different games, usually a genre, but this year it's going to be something a little different. With the closure of the Xbox Live Arcade or the Xbox 360 store at the end of last month, I said, let me pick up a bunch of games as far as things that are going to be gone, that you can't get anymore, even as far as backwards compatibility with the later Xbox systems. And I said, let's show some of these things. And stuff I got of demos of things that I didn't buy in time, because some of that stuff got delisted years and years ago, and I didn't get them like a dope. But there's other stuff that I did get, and I picked up a bunch of things. This is going to be our first one of these as far as this for it. So we got tons of genres covered. We got tons of games covered. I've got a list of... I have 40 to start, but I think I might maybe need to pare that down. But some of these things are demos, so I can't show a ton off of those as it is. But just to give you an idea of some of the stuff I've already said we're going to have, it's going to be collaborations as far as everybody, in the sense of stuff that people come by as far as chat, people who've been guests on the show said they've wanted to see. So, to go into some of those things, Death Spank, that's something Blood Space Moon wanted to see. We're going to start a little show of that. Show a little bit of Marvel vs. Capcom Origins, which has 2 games in that Marvel vs. Capcom collection is coming out, I think November 22nd, but Capcom hasn't come out and specifically said, oh, it's that date, but it's heavily rumored that's when it is. Hopefully it will be that way. We're going to show off Poker Smash. We talked about that. Poker Night 2, those are 2 Electors wanted to see. Nocturne's contribution, one of her contributions is going to be Marble Blast Ultra. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can't buy that game anymore. You can get it feasibly online for your PC, but we're going to show off the demo.
Yeah, I played the hell out of that demo on my Xbox 360.
Yep, we're going to have that aspect. We're going to have a game I know Edwack wanted to see that you can get now. Scott Pilgrim vs. the World. We're going to show off a little bit of that. This is going to do some checks as far as the potential licensed music case with Anna Monoguchi stuff in that. And I'm trying to think of other stuff I've already mentioned. I'm not going to say everything. I mentioned that we're going to be taking a look at big games and big franchises for the first time. I got 2 that are 2 of the biggest franchises you can imagine. I will keep those close to my vest. Let's see. I'm just trying to think what else I said I would show. Alright, I did say one game that actually I can only show live on the show in the context I will show it. That is The Wolf Among Us. I'm going to show that a little bit because that's a game that's visible nudity. I've said, can I get away with showing this on the program? The answer is I don't think so. I said, can I, since I have it on 360, can I press the guide button in when there's nudity to have the cutscene keep going and censor it myself? No, because the game just pauses completely when you do that. So when we get to playing that for the show, I'm going to have to do it off screen and edit it for the YouTube site, but I'm going to show a little bit of that. And a bunch of other stuff that everybody who's been on the show has asked for. And it's going to be a great gaming feast. We're starting that early. I'm going to feasibly start that at like 4 or 5 p.m. feasibly on November 30th. And then we get to December, we're going to have the next part of Tombow. We're going to have the last look at Super Mario Sunshine. We played this game, or I played this. That was my platforming game Collect-a-thon challenge this year. I finished actually in about 4 parts like you did with this one as far as the main story. But we got more because I practiced that game for 4 months. I have clips taken off on Switch as far as all the practice I did, all of the things that happened with that. And I'm going to show it off also being played with weird-ass accessories. You ever seen Super Mario Sunshine being played with the DK bongos? You can do that, barely. You ever want to see it played with the Taiko drum from Taiko Drum Master on Switch? Thanks to Edwack, you're going to see that. You want to see it played feasibly with any other Switch controller or controller I can plug into the Switch? You're going to see that as far as the ones I can get my hands on. And that's going to be me live on camera for that one. And it's going to be quite an interesting time. And at the end of the year, we're also going to have a compilation video on the YouTube site exclusively of a smash cut of every death I had, including the ones on the practice. You're not going to miss either one of those. And then the last 2 shows of the year are going to be on December 21st. Where Dolly Finn in chat tonight. She's going to be joining me for Tetris and Dr. Mario for the Super Nintendo. You play that?
I don't think I have.
Well, you played Tetris itself, I think.
I've played Tetris and I've played Dr. Mario separately.
Here's the thing about this, because you think, well, okay, this is something that they're just porting these to Super Nintendo, and they are, but it's also something that they give it, like, the Super Mario All-Stars treatment in the sense that, hey, they're doing 16-bit emphasis on the graphics and the music. But they also have something in the wife first indicated this, because he wanted to see this. Dolly Finn wanted to be in on this. She said, I want to do this game. I want to be in on this. They have mixed match mode, which means that you get to play Tetris and Dr. Mario. You have to alternate off.
That sounds cool.
Yeah, or it's like if you ever played Puyo Puyo Tetris, that's another one where they also do that, where you have to kind of jump between two different puzzle games in the same game. And it gives it some unique life to itself and a unique twist, so it's something that there still has not been another release of Tetris or Dr. Mario that's had something like that. And this game, unfortunately, has not been re-released on Switch Online. I would think they'd have to license with the Tetris company again, but also the case that they can't just take the license they have for the Game Boy game that's already up there, because they're like, fine, that's a separate licensing cost for the digital element. That would feasibly be how they'd get that up there. We're hoping, because it's really, really cool, we're going to show it on Super Nintendo for the purpose of that. And then we get to December 28th. I start the game I've been wanting to get to ever since the start of the show. That is Shenmue for the Dreamcast. Dolly Finn's going to be on part 1. We're going to start that adventure from Yu Suzuki, who made Outrun and Super Hang-On, going on the adventures of Ryo Hazuki, looking for the murder of his father, and taking them all over his area in Yokosuka in Japan in 1986. And then we get to next year, and the one thing I'll say next year, this is going back to what you were saying, Nocturne, this way, about how about Mega Man 7 next year. Well, I don't know if I've mentioned this part to you, but next year, since it is 5 years since the start of the show, next June, July, I'm doing something special. We're going to be doing Super Old Games Saturday Second Chance. That means that every month, for one weekend, we're going to come back to a game that either we have played before for the show, or one that maybe I did that I don't have a recording for anymore. Sonic the Hedgehog 2 for the Sega Genesis is one example I could think of, or Halo, and Mega Man X, because those are the 3 games that I have left that I've not done an actual recorded show of, because I did it before, but I don't have the recordings anymore. So the point is that for the Super Bowl Game Saturday Second Chance thing, anything we played before is going to be a fair game to come back to. So Chad, if you're like, hey, you looked on the YouTube site, you're like, I wish I was there for a game, and we're going to do it again. We'll have enhanced tech, we'll have a new way of showing it, and one of those is going to be Mega Man 7. Nocturne's going to be here with me for that. We're going to be using the Wii U Virtual Console version, because this is as close as we can get to the Super Nintendo release. And it will have the aspect of a Halloween thing. We don't have to hold it for Halloween. We could if we want.
I think my main idea with that is that, Shade Man and the two completely different stage themes for his stage.
Yeah, one's taking off of Ghosts and Goblins, if you recall. And also show off the 2-player mode, which actually I did not show the 2-player mode of this game off. The hidden 2-player mode that's under code. I did not show it the first time, and it was way ancient with the text, so at that point, we definitely have a reason to come back to that. But other stuff, I don't think that way, and I know first wanted to see that. He said, I love Mega Man 7, this is my favorite of the classic series. I wish I was there when he did it. But I said, you know what, you're going to get another chance. And other stuff as well, so we'll figure stuff out. Chat, if there's anything we played already on the show you think you want to see it again, we'll do it. We can show it off in a different context, even if it's a case of saying, hey, we might show off a different report, or feasibly just have guests there. I mean, I'll ask Edwack this. I kind of want to see if he would want to be in for a return to McDonald's Treasure Island Adventure for the Sega Genesis. Because I know he loves the stuff by Treasure, but I don't think he's familiar with this one, and it's one that, when I played the music from him, he's like, this music's amazing. What's this come from? I told him, I was like, really? It's like, I said, this game's amazing. It is? Yeah, it is. So, maybe that as an avenue. So, point is that way. We got a reason for that, and that's going to be coming up in next year along with other stuff. We're figuring, I know I gotta get to BlazBlue Calamity Trigger, I know we gotta get to Kingdom Hearts Rechain Your Memories at some point. We got a lot of stuff. We'll have Shenmue and Tamba feasibly going on starting in January, and I guess we'll do the GameCube preview disc showcase then. I guess we'll figure, but that is what our schedule's looking like. So yeah, a little bit more of that for the purpose of it. So yeah, thank you so much for watching the show. Thank you so much, Nocturne, for joining us for Croc, leading us through Croc to start.
Yeah. Well, I didn't really know what was coming up either.
I didn't, but that sometimes makes for a great case for a show. But yeah, with that, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I did have a lot of fun.
Yep, and that's the idea. We always want to have a fun time for the show. And thank you so much to everybody out there in our Best John Twitch. To everybody there. Dolly Finn, Darth Loctus, Spike Vane, and Kithla. I think that's how it was. I hope I pronounced it right again specifically, because fine, that was the case of Careerish. I pronounced that wrong. We did Gunstar Heroes and it killed me. And then he came in as far as we did a party edition or something, and he said, oh, that's just like, oh shit, I kept pronouncing your name wrong. Sorry. But that's the idea. So, with that, thank you so much for watching our show. We'll be back to Croc next month, and she'll be back to it a little sooner, I think, than that, feasibly.
Yeah, definitely.
But, yeah, with that, thank you so much for watching the program. Have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your weekend, and a great week come forward. I will see you next Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for Part 2 of Game Dev Tycoon for the Switch. Till then, keep being awesome, have a wonderful night, everybody, and take care.
Night, everyone.